Hello everyone, welcome back to Rob's Gaming Table. I'm Rob.
I'm Mel.
And we're playing Skytear today. We're taking a look at Skytear. We're going to talk about Skytear. We're going to go over everything about Skytear that we know. We'll play at least one playthrough, but maybe two today if we have the time. I have Mel here joining me today, which is great. Not the usual solo Rob in the afternoon on a weekday. But thanks to everyone joining in live. Matt, sorry to hear about your dog. Hope everything goes well there. But yeah, welcome everyone. Welcome. I see you guys in the chat. Hands up in the chat. Who here owns and or has played Skytear? Even online on Tabletop Simulator. Anybody? Anyone have this game or played it? Just curious. But yeah, we're coming at this from a kind of newish player perspective. And not me. I said hands of who has played it. I'm just joking. Not hands up if you haven't. I'm just kidding. All right. No idea about this game. Awesome. Okay. No, I was just curious. I assume many people don't. It doesn't seem like it's super popular online or anything like that. We'll discuss its Board Game Geek page and stuff in a sec, as we usually do when we first bring a game onto the channel. By the way, the video, guys, is a lot more grainy than usual. Sajat, turn it to HQ. High quality. Change your YouTube settings. Make sure it's 1080p. Anyone else not seeing us in 1080p? It looks like YouTube says it's receiving us in 1080p 30 frames a second with no issues and errors, but I could be wrong. It's not showed us before when things were wrong. But... Or
just put your glasses on.
Or Sajat, yes, just the smudges on your lenses, you just need to every now and then you just and just like clean them off and it'll clear for you. Okay, all right. Okay, see 1080 all right. Good here. Oh, maybe we're just blurry, like our camera shot. Yeah, maybe we do look a little blurry. How's the Skytear logo look, though? Is that sharp? And we're just blurry? Because that, I think, is the camera. I think it's where I have the camera, how far away, and I kind of zoomed in a bit. That's probably it. Yeah, that's it. I think that's it. All right. But we'll get off this view in a sec, so don't worry. Logo sharp. Okay, so it's just our camera. We're fine. We'll get off this view in a sec. Perfect. Yeah, we're too zoomed in. That's the problem. I zoomed us in, so we've lost some quality, and I'm sorry. It's because this view I don't care about in this one. It's going to be our side view. You'll see in a sec. It's bleeding around our heads. Yeah, it's a little weird. All right. Anyways, thank you for pointing that out. So this is Skytear. There's two worlds to Skytear. This game is targeted at two different audiences. You can play it as a board game enthusiast, a player who wants a competitive game to play against your friend, 1v1. It can go up to 2v2, teams of 8 or some crazy banana stuff, or 4v4 or something like that. We're not going to talk about that stuff. This game at its heart is a 1v1 competitive game that's inspired by Magic the Gathering and has some card play, some deck building that's possible, but is not needed out of the box. There's pre-built recommended decks to play with. The other thing is it also is inspired by League of Legends. So this is another one of those MOBA-inspired games. You hear that term a lot. People have been doing that ever since League of Legends, Dota have become popular and been making millions of dollars around the world and destroying the esports scene. Everyone wants to get in on that pie. And obviously Magic the Gathering, the big dog in the collectible, competitive, you know, face-to-face kind of card game. Now digital, it's even big there. It's trying to get a piece of that pie. So Skytear is taking influences from Magic the Gathering, the competitive scene, the 1v1 competitive, and some deck building and that kind of thing, putting it into a game where it has miniatures on a board, hex-based tactical combat. There's strategy to it. So it's mixing like the League of Legends with the Magic the Gathering. That's the way they're selling it. I don't know if it goes that deep as like Magic the Gathering does, or if it's really like League of Legends as complex. It's lighter, it's shorter. It's not a bad tabletop adaptation. All right. So I mentioned food. Favorite pie? I don't know. I like pecan pie. I like banana cream pie. I like coconut pie. All those kind of like, I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of what I like. Apple pie is okay too.
I'm not a pie fan, but I will eat pumpkin.
Oh, pumpkin pie, I like that. Who doesn't like pie? Like, I don't know, there's not been a pie. I've even had like rhubarb pie was a thing my grandparents used to make when we were younger, and I just would eat it, and it wasn't amazing, but I've never had sweet potato pie.
We never had sweet potato pie.
Yeah, rhubarb and strawberry pie. I've had that. That's great too. Yeah. So many good pies. Like, pie is good. It's just like, I don't know. I can see some people not liking certain pies.
Yeah, I don't like the filling and like the texture of the filling.
But anyways, all right. So some things I want to talk about here. Let's take a look. All right. So the game Skytear right now is rated 8.6 on Board Game Geek. Pretty decent rating from its fan base. It's 3005 out of all the board games that exist in the Board Game Geek database. That's pretty high. Customizable 60. Strategy, not in the top players, but it's tough. It's got a tough uphill battle. This game just came out this year, 2020. It's trying to take away that, Pokemon competitive card game, Keyforge, and Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh, name other long-term successful collectible heavily rotated card game. It's trying to get in that world. There are competitive kits, there are tons of expansions to build decks, and there's more coming, I'm sure. There's living rules, all that kind of stuff. So there's two worlds, like I was saying, to this game. There's the board game side, there's the hardcore tournament, stay up with the meta, buy all the outcoming product. This is like very much an LCG competitively, if you want to treat it as such. But it also has like a board game side to it, where you can just buy expansions, play at your living room table, and have some fun with it. Do a little bit of deck building if you want. So we're coming at it today from a board gamer point of view. We've done competitive card games on the channel. We've done casual board games and everything in between. Today we're coming at this from the board game view of it. So we're going to look at the core set, the starter box as it's known, what's involved in it. We do have one expansion to kind of show off. We'll talk about that near the end of the stream. We'll talk more about the competitive stuff and the deck building more at the end. I just want to show a little bit of the two worlds here. So the difficulty of this one, and I know the comparisons will be made. First thing I saw when this company, PvP Geeks, emailed me about this game, and they said, "Hey Rob, we love what you and Mel do. We have a game you guys will probably love playing on the channel." And I looked into it, and sure enough, right away I thought, yeah, I like, based on the way, like the fun we had, like playing competitively, like War of the Ring and Cloudspire and all that stuff. Yeah, it fits that. And then now with Shalia. Shalia was another one that was a hit with us. So yeah, I was looking at this one, I'm thinking, yeah, it's great. And Mel started painting minis around that time too. And you guys saw us painting, or Mel painting, Skytear miniatures on, like, I think your first painting stream, right?
Yep.
So it's since then, we got the game right around that time. Mel's been working through painting it all. But we pulled it out this past weekend. We spent days learning it, playing it. We've played it a few times, trying to figure it out. I think we have it pretty down. But also warning, we are not professional tournament players with this game. So if anyone watching this in the future or in the chat who's like, plays this competitively at a world championship level, that's not us. But you can get into this game and go that far if you want, and I like that there is that option. I like that you can play games like Keyforge, or back in the day, Game of Thrones, the living card game that I used to love. You could play that casual as hell if you wanted to. It even has modes where you could play multiplayer and all that stuff, rather than just 1v1, where you could play like teams and that kind of stuff, some of those games. But you could always take it and run with it and get super into the meta, stay up to date on the living, game and rules and tournament scene, and go that deep. This game has that if you want to go that route, but you don't have to. All right. So the weight, 2.95 out of 5. So it's almost in that 3 range. It's like kind of medium weight. It's not as crazy until you start digging into the FAQs and the living rules and the expansion cards and stuff. It gets a little more complex. But this starter set is not that bad. And there's 2 modes to it. One that's easier to learn than the other. And we'll show the easier mode first. We'll play through with the easier mode. And then we'll play through with the full mode after that. Sajad, yes. Sajad's back with the quotes. I love it. Get those t-shirts printed. All right. Let's see here. So the other game, what I was trying to get to there is when the email came in and these guys said we have a MOBA tabletop game. I went, I already have Cloudspire. I don't need another one. Cloudspire is huge. It feels like it scratches that itch. Not that I'm a huge MOBA fan. I don't play a ton of those games or anything like that. I just know what they are. And the whole competitive nature of it, I was like, why would I want something other than Cloudspire? I feel like that game is great. There's so much meat on that bone and it scratches my itch. Why would I want another game that does kind of the same thing? The reason why I would want this game and Cloudspire at the same time is they're kind of in different realms. Like, this is not the beast that Cloudspire is, okay? Cloudspire, as we can see here, is a 4.18 out of 10 difficulty. It's like turning orange. It's getting so complex, okay? Like, that's like a scary... It's not all the way red, but it's orange. It's not green, that's for sure. But Cloudspire is another MOBA in style or inspired game. But the difference is, how I look at it is, there's a lot more skills and rules and stuff to Cloudspire. Your minions in Skytear are very dumb and just follow like a basic tiny little 2-step rules. And they're all the same. My minions are the same as Melv's minions. Any faction you play, all the minions are the same. They're just dumb. They all do the same thing. They all have 1 hit point of health. In Cloudspire, every faction's minions, you have like 8 or 12 different minions that each all have keywords that all do multiple little rules you have to memorize. And they're different between each faction. And they all have different health values and attack values and all this crazy stuff. Like, the heroes in Skytear don't have as many abilities and rules to them compared to like one Nauroran minion in Cloudspire. Like, that's the difference here. So Cloudspire is a giant beast. To learn it takes forever. To teach someone it takes forever. To play a game it takes forever. Okay? All those reasons are why Skytear could exist in my collection compared to Cloudspire. So when you hear MOBA inspired, automatically I was like, oh, not another one. But then I looked into it and I was like, oh, it's not even close to Cloudspire's scope. Like, Cloudspire's a monster, like in weight, in price, in components, complexity, rules, all this stuff. It's just huge. Okay, so I just want to get that out of the way because I'm sure people will be like, well, what is better, this or Cloudspire? It's like, they're just apples and oranges, man. Apples and oranges. Okay. Other thing. I want to show the living side of this. So Skytear, like I said, there is the Skytear rules, but it goes into a living rule book. And there's a comprehensive rules. So like, because there's a tournament scene to this, the rules, it has like the full, like Magic does, like any living card game that's competitive, Keyforge, all that stuff. You need these kind of rules that are very tournament structured that a judge could read through. That exists if you want to go that deep into it. There's also, because of the tournament scene, because of the expansion content and all the crazy situations that can happen, there's like a living FAQ that, as I'm scrolling through for about 20 minutes here, it never ends. Oh, there, finally. Nope, keeps going in different languages. No, I'm just joking. But anyways, there's a lot of FAQ entries. I haven't looked at this. I don't care about this, okay? You can play this board game style and not give a crap about this. But if you're going to a tournament for this game, if there are ever in-person tournaments again, I know there are online tournaments, but you will need to know these FAQ and these rules. You will have a judge at your table, that kind of thing. That's how this game is kind of like structured. But again, from the board gamer perspective, you don't have to worry about this. I just want to show that it exists, okay? So we can close such things. And there's like the FAQ errata, organized play stuff. So all that exists. But we're just today going to worry about the rules. And we're going to worry about the living rule book, which is just some updated stuff to rules that they've kind of learned from all the competitive play data and have kind of modified some of the base rules of the game to make it a little more competitive and a little more fair. So we are going to use this document called the Living Rule Book, which is valid as of October 6th. That changes a little bit of setup, changes some conditions, changes how some things work, and that's it. We're not going to worry about, obviously, banned cards or anything like that. This, again, if you're playing tournaments, you need to care about the banned cards. We don't care about that. But just some abilities have changed. Just for those who are watching this and going like, my rule book doesn't say that both players start with 6 cards. What the heck, Rob? That's because we're using this living rule book, which has changed certain rules like that, okay? So we're going to try to remember, but we may have forgot some of these rules, and we may get mixed up with the rule book because we learned with the rule book first, then we started reading these, and we're like, oh, maybe we should play with these too. So we're going to try here, but it may get a little messy. But you guys will get a good idea of the game either way by the end of today's stream. We'll play through it. We'll give you a good overview of the game, okay? And yeah, all right, let's get down to the table. Okay, so this is Skytear. Get the rule book. Fine. Okay, so this is Skytear. Skytear is played on a board. It's got a hex grid. Okay, it has a health track here. it will have 3 spots here where we have different rules, victory conditions that we could achieve based on some random card setup. We have a round counter. The game can only ever go to 5 rounds and you're done. Okay. If it ends at the end of 5 rounds and nobody's won by either destroying your opponent's nexus, their home base, or achieving 1 or more of these 3 random victory conditions, it's a draw. Okay. So those are the ways to win. I need to get to my opponent's nexus and destroy it, and or achieve at least one random victory condition, which we'll find out what those are in a minute. Okay. Some things to note about the board. We have towers. Okay, there's towers here. They have a health. Each tower starts with 5 health. Okay. They're just signified by these points here. So this is a 2 health tower token. This is a 2, and this is a 1 equals 5, right? So as you destroy a tower, you just kind of take these away and leave behind how much health or damage is left on the tower or whatever. So we each have our own tower. So Mel's playing on this side, obviously. Yes. She has her own little health track here. So what we do is we put heroes have their own little chip, little cardboard chip that shows what hero it is, and you kind of track their health values by sliding them along here. So every player can fully see, and obviously in a tournament scene, the judge can quickly look and see very obviously by these ginormous numbers. There's no dice to bump around. Yeah, I guess you could bump around the chip, but they're very big, very obvious on where this guy's health is at the current time and where all the heroes' health is. So that's what the big awkward like number track kind of doesn't fit. That's the only thing on these boards. It doesn't seem like it fits to me, graphically designed. The art is beautiful here. Nice textures, nice art, everything on this map part. But then it's got this like weird number track here. That's what that is. But it just seems very strange to me, but I understand why it's done. It seems to make sense. Okay, there are 4 factions in the game. I don't remember the names of the factions. I will never remember the names of the factions. But what you need to know, there's a red, yellow, blue, and green. Okay, red is known as the Karumo faction. They are basically like fire is their element. There's a whole lore to this game. There's art books that'll teach you all the lore. There's some stuff in the beginning of the rulebook that will teach you the lore and talk about each faction. I don't care about that, to be honest. The Taolot, or the green faction, they're all about the earth, okay? We'll talk about their special abilities later. There is the yellow faction. They are Nuptin. They're like the sand kind of gods. Runes and illusions and all this kind of stuff they deal with. Then there's the blue faction, Lyothan. They're like ice, snow, cold, shape-shifting animal kind of like creature people. I don't know. But anyways. But we'll just be referring to them as yellow, red, blue, and green, I'm sure, most of the time, because I can never remember the names. So, what else can we talk about? Oh, one thing that's not included in the game that we bought extra, because in this game is very similar, and I know the publisher, when I said that your game kind of looks like an LCG, and there's a core set offer enough for a board game player to actually play it without needing more or wanting more, and they said, yeah, it's definitely made to be like a starter set. You can fully play it as a board game style, but there is another side of the board to this that is a 3-lane board, and they do not give you enough components to fully flesh out that 3-lane board, because it does kind of you can play with what comes in the game, kind of. You just need some more heroes, but that means you'll need expansions. So there's another side of this board for 3 lanes. I'm not going to show that today, because it's like not really, it doesn't come with everything to play it fully in the base set. It has multiple domes, and domes are connected to this outsider. Okay, Mel painted this. This looks awesome. This you painted like last, right?
Yes.
Out of all these?
Yes.
I don't know if I can get that to...
Yeah, I painted it last because I was nervous about painting it.
Yeah, so this is the outsider. This is the guy like in the back of the box cover. This looks freaking awesome. Mel did an amazing job on this guy. I don't know if I can show the art on his card. Like how she went from this to this. Like, what looks better? Come on. What looks better?
Thank you.
Okay, anyways. So that's the outsider. This is just one outsider that comes in the base set. You can get multiple outsiders to add more variability to the game. The basics of the game. I already talked about the win condition, destroying a nexus. Here's my nexus. It's this little spot in here. It's not a hex you can go on, but you can go to the hexes adjacent to it, and that's you starting on your nexus, okay? You have your own nexus over here, okay? Mel's nexus is over here. You have lane, I guess this is considered lane 1. You randomly put these two, lane 1 and 2 out, but there's always this third control point here. These are control points in a lane. A lane is here. This is a lane over here, okay? This is the dome. The dome is surrounded by white lines. It's this like white glowing spot in the center. It's kind of like a third lane, okay? Minions, though, will only stay in the lanes. So you always have your minions. So this is the yellow faction's minions, for example. They're just these like tiny little miniatures. They give you 4 for each faction, which they say it's enough, but they pulled an FFG. It's not enough. You'll want more, okay? I'm not hiding that fact. You do want more. And they'll say, oh, you could, it's, you know, because your players aren't destroying the minions, they should be destroying the minions. But yeah, you might want more of those. But every expansion comes, I think, with 4 minions. So if you buy all the expansions that are out right now to get all more cards and more heroes for each faction, you'll get more minions. But I just want to point that out there. So each side will have 8 minions, but they're unlimited in the game. And I hate when I see that. It's like, you're not restricted by the game components in the game. Find a suitable replacement. That's like a swear word in the rulebook, and I hate when I see that in games. That like ticks me off. Ticks me off so much that I went online looking up an answer like, this is stupid. Then I found out they recently came out with a product. It's like a token sheet. Cost us $13 Canadian for 1 sheet of tokens. Blows my mind. Blows my mind. But I felt like I had to have them because it was frustrating me when we ran out of minions. And yes, we were destroying each other's minions. But sometimes you don't want to do that based on the victory conditions. But the token board comes with these little tiny tokens, which you can use one side to track victory conditions for a faction, or the other side you can use these as extra minions. So here's the green little minion miniature, and then you can use this to count as more. So it's the same size as like the base of the mini, but we have them for each faction. They came on a punch board, and they came with these tokens too on the punch board. So for certain abilities, they have like an AoE effect, and you can like use these to kind of tell where it is. On the board. We'll probably never ever use them, but these don't come in the base set. They came with that token expansion that they sell separate. There are also more tokens that we don't need because we don't have an expansion to work with them, so I threw those in a bag either other way. But these do not come in the base set. I just wanted to say that. These extra tokens we have on the side for each faction's minions, it's just so we never run out of minions, and it will frustrate me. And I don't want to start using like bubble gum and dust bunnies and stuff and carpet lint to just throw on the table and use as spare tokens. So we bought that extra token pack so that we could never run out of tokens and not play the game of like, well, what should I use for my tokens? And I don't have any minis left. I don't want to spend $30 per expansion just to get more of these minis to play it board game style. But if you're competitive and you want a deck build, you will buy those expansions anyway because they come with more cards, more variability, more heroes. They just add more to the game. You might want to buy those if you're a board gamer for sure. But if you're into deck building and customization and more replayability of the game, you will have enough minions because there's more that come in the expansions. Just want to throw that out there. But it is kind of cool though that they do offer a token pack if you don't like, you know, for the $12 so that you don't have to buy like, you know, $120 worth of expansions just to get more miniatures. Okay, but anyways, gameplay is what I'm all about and where it's at. And the gameplay in this is pretty damn tight and I like it a lot. All right, so we're gonna draft to start. We're gonna play the we've never played this mode, but it is the learning mode. Normally each hero has these abilities and all this stuff on the card that you have to know how they work and this worship action and stuff. We're gonna play with the other side, which is more of a basic game where they don't have their abilities, and one of the actions in the game, the more complex action called worship, we're gonna forget about that. Let's stick around to the second playthrough we're going to do today. After this one, we're going to show you how quick kind of the game plays compared to some other games we play. And then we're going to play the full game where we use the worship action. We play with the full abilities and we'll redraft. But we've never played this simplified mode, so this should be pretty interesting. We have played a few times with the full rule set and everything, and it's great. But I want to try this out because some people will get this game and have trouble learning it, and this mode exists to play. All right. What else do we need? So for setup, we've randomly set up our lanes here, whatever, 1 and 2. Okay, our control point tokens. We have our towers with health. We have our third control point token, which is like stuck to the board. You can't move that one. We're gonna do some I don't know if you do the random victory conditions first. I think I want to do it safely so we don't like see and then pick.
Oh, because then you can maybe
Yeah, I don't know if like
draft
picking
based on-
factions. Yeah, I have a feeling you do it first. Like, make sure. Up. Oh, let's determine first player. Oh, no, flip
that is first.
Yeah, flip the 3 victory cards is first.
Okay.
But in that living rules, you're actually supposed to set up the command tokens first. That's normally a step you do later, but we're going to do that first. So finding our first 3 victory conditions. So these are random every time they change. This is how many come in the core set. I'm assuming there's more in expansions, but I don't know. But they do all different kind of things. They could be related to tower destruction. They could be related to winning by destroying heroes or doing certain things in the game. It's really neat. Usually these, from our experience, are the way the game ends. It doesn't normally ever make it to the end of the 5th round where the game ends in a draw. Because
it was close.
Yeah, but because you have 4 ways to win always based on this 2-lane mat setup and having the 3 conditions, I don't know if those 3 conditions always exist for there's a 3-lane setup on the other side of the board. Then they sell a neoprene 1-lane mat that you can buy to play a quicker, shorter game of this where there's only 1 lane and 2 of these domes on each side. And you'll see that as also an expansion product that exists now. But we're going to shuffle these up. And we're going to see our 3, and we'll do 2 playthroughs today. So you will see 2 different setups of different rules and how it might change the gameplay and the strategy, which is pretty neat. The first one's called Invasion. Starting from the 2nd turn, have 2 control tokens adjacent to enemy towers or the nexus at the end of their turn. Okay, I'll explain a little more about that. So control tokens, these we fight over, and based on the minions and the heroes that are near them, they're worth a certain amount of points that you total up. Then based on that, you get to do some damage by the difference that you've won control of this token. Then you get to move that token the amount of spaces of that difference. So you slowly push it towards your opponent's tower, or they could push it back towards yours. And we're constantly fighting over these, and they're going back and forth.
Like a tug of war kind of
Like
idea.
a tug of war, yes. But when it's close enough within 3 spaces of an opponent's tower, when you go to do that damage, that's the difference, and there's no minions left, you've killed all the minions, you then can target damage from the control point to the tower, eventually destroying the tower. Once you've destroyed the tower, you then can start moving that control point towards their nexus. And once it's like within 3 spaces of the nexus, you can start firing on their nexus, which once 1 tower is destroyed fully, you then put 5 damage, 5 like health points on the nexus. Then the nexus gets destroyed and you win. That's the main victory condition. I've never seen it happen yet, based on our playstyle so far. But that is how the kind of flow goes, overview, high level style. So you're pushing this control point back and forth, fighting in the lane using your heroes, and your minions will earn points towards pushing that token and dealing damage towards the opponent's towers. So this invasion, starting from the 2nd turn, so when we're in round 2, starting in that round, anytime 2 control tokens are adjacent to the enemy towers or nexus at the end of the turn, automatically game stops, win, okay? End of the turn. So when we hit end of round 2, automatically we check. If it looks like this, I win. I win right away as soon as it's like this at the end of that turn. Or if I destroyed one and it's like this, I win, okay? As soon as the control point is adjacent to the nexus and a tower or both towers are adjacent, boom, won, okay? And we have played with this one before.
Yep.
All right. The next one is the Tamer. So defeat 2 enemy heroes using an outsider. So we only have the one outsider that comes to base game. It's the guy that's in the art on this guy we talked about. He is like a 5th hero. So when you're checking these lanes, we're kind of playing tug of war in these lanes outside here. The dome works different. This doesn't move. What you're doing here is you're fighting over the dome. And based on the points around this control token, you will then, the winner, every round in the minion phase after the hero phase, there's 2 phases, hero and minion. In the minion phase, you can win control of this guy. You get to slam him on the board in a certain position based on his rules on his card, and each outsider is different. But again, you need an expansion, which we couldn't find because it was out of stock, but I wanted to buy the outsider expansion because it looked cool that you can get extra outsiders to play on the other side of the board and stuff too. But this guy has his own little abilities and rules that you get to use this guy kind of at the end of the round to attack or do things that a hero can do, but also his special abilities to kind of as like a 5th hero to mess with your opponent. So that's something you can fight over to get this guy. And now he's even more important, if anyone cares, to try to achieve this. Defeat 2 enemy heroes using the outsider. So if you use that outsider and you've defeated 2 enemy heroes, and we can use these little tokens to track our how many times we've done it by putting it on the card, we'll find out if somebody wins that way. But I don't know.
That one's tough.
That is hard. You got to time that one well. And then the double kill. Defeat 2 enemy heroes within the duration of a single hero activation. Okay? That is freaking...
That's tough too.
That is freaking hard.
So by looking at this, it could potentially go to around 5.
Yeah, these all...
Like this one is... Yeah.
They seem challenging.
Yeah, they do.
That's a weird setup. Like, we've not seen it like this. So it just goes to show every time we've played so far, it's been a different setup here, and the game kind of ends in a different way.
Yeah.
Based on what people are doing.
And you have to change your strategy based on that.
Yep. But it's like you choose. Do you want to go for this one or ignore it? But you also have to watch that your opponent isn't going for this one, or this one, or this one. You have to make sure you're defending against these and the losing your nexus while you're trying to pick some of these to go for.
So that you can win.
Yeah. So it's like, I don't know. There's 4 ways to defend and 4 ways to like win that you got to keep an eye on at all times. So it can get pretty tricky, which I like this a lot. So there are still... how many more? 7 more options that come in the base set, the starter box, for victory conditions that can be different. Things like defeating 3 enemy heroes, defeat the same enemy hero twice, win the lead of a control token 6 times, destroy the enemy tower in your left lane, win the lead of a control token inside the dome 3 times, so it makes the dome more of a hot spot. The right breach, destroy an enemy tower on your right lane. And then the siege, reduce the enemy towers down to a total of 4 HP or less. So enemy towers start off basically 5 HP each, so 10 HP total. So if you can get them down total to 4 HP or less, you can win doing that also. So those are just some options that come in this set. I'm assuming there's more somewhere in expansion, but those are just some of the victory conditions. That's kind of cool. All right, so let's determine the first player. So we'll do heads and tails. So you call it in the air, and then you get, if the winner will get to pick who is first or second. So heads, call it.
Tails.
So it's heads. I win. I'm going to choose to go second. Okay? Tried first last time. I'm going to go second this time. Okay, so put that time, that marker there for round. So I'll go second. So that means how this works, in the competitive setting, or if you want to get really serious with the game, you could deck build, show up to the table with a group of 6 heroes, I believe it is, and each hero has their own deck of 8 cards. 1 card is unique to the hero. You build those decks, you lay them out on the table, you have 6 of them from your collection that you've built, and you do a draft. So the first player will get to choose one of their 6 heroes, and what you're trying to do is end with a total of 4 heroes, each with their 8 decks, and then you shuffle all those decks to create your 1 deck to play the game with. Okay, so that's how you normally show up in a full game. We're going to play where we're only playing with the base set stuff. So we have 4 factions, each have 2 heroes. So we each tend to have 4 heroes by the end of it. But to simplify things, we're just going to draft factions and not heroes. So out of the green, red, yellow, blue faction, I said I was second. So Mel gets to draft 1 of these factions first. Then I get to draft 2. Then she takes the final 1. So we're playing with pre-built decks that are just tied to the factions. So we'll each get to control 2 full factions that have their cards jammed together and their heroes together on the mat and their minions together on the mat. So on the board. Go ahead. Who do you want? And remember, we're not playing with the abilities or the worship actions.
Yeah.
So really, it's just the hero's raw stats, I think, that you really care about in this case. So don't go based on what you know. Maybe go based on colors. But remember, some heroes have... Okay, so I should probably talk about this. So the heroes, here's the basic side. So they could be either ranged or melee based on the bow and arrow or the sword. Their attack value is right beside that. So Akuti here hits for 2. Then she flips a single card. And based on that card flip, she could add this much damage to that attack. So in the top right is a random number between -1 up to +3, I believe.
Yep.
And then here on the left is like the cost of this power card. These are power cards. This is what your deck is made up of, all these power cards. But based on a card flip off your deck, you may add, oh, here's a good one. You may add a juicy +3 to your attack, okay? So it's like this guy has to be adjacent. So range is up to 3 hexes away. Melee adjacent. This guy does 4 damage and flips 2 cards, and you pick the one you want to use. So you might say, okay, that's cool. You get to flip, and then you pick, okay? And you might think, oh, I'm going to pick +3 every time. Wrong, okay? Because we just talked about this, for example, this victory condition, you may not want to defeat an opponent or have them at a certain health because I may be attacking my opponent's hero and he has 4 health left. And let's say I flipped, I did 4 damage, flipped a -1 and a +2. I may want to take that -1 so I don't kill that guy. I leave him at 1 health. So that way I win the battle in the dome and then I use the outsider to crush that hero just so I can get 1 enemy defeated using the outsider. So there's this beautiful, deep rabbit hole of strategy in this game, even the simplified mode of it, that you can get pretty nuts with like choices and things, and I like that a lot. This game gets very deep. But the rule set is not that complex, as you saw on the Board Game Geek page. The other thing here is, surprise, this heart with a number beside it, you'll never guess, but that's health, okay? And then we have a defensive value. So these guys both have no defense. And so every time they take damage in any way, you would subtract the defensive value, but these guys are a bad example for that. So based on that, maybe you don't want yellow because these guys have no defense, but maybe they have higher health. So the 2 red heroes here, for example, have, got a range guy. This guy's 3 damage, flipping 2 cards, which is great, but he only has 15 health, no armor. This Yami here, she has 2 damage, 1 card flip, 18 health, and 1 armor. She's a little more, staying power, for example. Then for the green guys here, and remember, stick around. We're gonna have a second playthrough where we flip these over and we play the full game where it gets nuts with faction-specific abilities and hero-specific abilities. But right now we're playing the basic learn to play game, which that's like really the only difference, I think. But we can check the rulebook again. And we've never played this easier mode, but it should be fun. It'll give you a good idea of the game, how it flows, and should get us through it a bit quicker. Then you got the blue heroes here. And this one Mel was painting on the stream, right?
Yep.
This is the one you were painting before?
Yep.
And one of Mel's painting streams on the channel. So there's that guy there. Final form. His little bear buddy. Look at this guy. Alright.
Okay, well, this is so tough.
Who cares? No,
I know. Okay, there's
just
2
his
that
first
I would
fun
like,
learning
but
game.
you're right. I will select...
Because you'll do a draft for that second game, so
I know.
You'll get to pick the people based on their abilities.
I'll select green.
Okay, you take green. I will take... I'll just take red and yellow.
Okay, like blue.
Because I like those colors better than blue and green. Alright. So... Put them up on the board like so.
Yep.
They're kind of tall. Normally you play with the cards like sideways, and I kind of thought we were playing with that on stream, so maybe I didn't leave enough room. Oh, maybe it did.
And we actually don't need these right now, so...
Then you take, so these are the pre-built decks, so it comes with enough cards for each hero. So if we want to mix up the heroes, but we're just playing the drafting by factions. So I've just left all the yellow cards together, but in the rule book there is like a bunch of yellow cards for one hero, a bunch of yellow cards for another yellow hero. So if you draft by heroes, you will take that hero's specific deck, pre-built deck. But then again, you could deck build and you can tweak however you want. But we're playing the more simplified game, and this draft is only when we played it is by faction. So I drafted red and yellow, so literally these are all just going together. And this will be my deck for the game. And obviously I'll shuffle it, but just so you know. So for those who like deck building games and like LCGs, competitive games, building decks, customizing your strategy, drafting specific heroes that come with specific cards, it's just like an LCG. You can put up to 3 copies of a card. If you buy expansions, they have extra cards that can give you 3 copies of a card, plus additional cards that exist in the game. that you then can expand your card pool. And this game is continuing to come out with expansions all year. Every quarter, they seem to come out with a new product line to kind of add to the game. So yeah.
If I remember correctly, I think it's Kate who loves deck building. I gotta drop shuffle it a couple times to mix them up.
Also, the other thing, yeah, this game is called Skytear, like tearing of a sky. This is a floating island, like that whole, you know, I guess League of Legends theme. But I thought it was Skytear, based on the game from Steam Forge Games I see mentioned in the chat called God Tier. So I knew about God Tier, and when somebody mentioned Skytear to me before these guys even reached out, I thought it was the same game. And I automatically was like, I don't care because it's made by Steamforge Games. I don't want to know about it. But then when PvP Geeks reached out to me, I was like, this is not Steamforge. What is this? And then I looked into it and realized, oh, this is different than the game God Tier. Skytear is like a whole different thing. And I thought it was the same game just because it seemed like a familiar name. And then I even saw the board with miniatures on it and thought of God Tier. So yeah. So I don't know God Tier, but it's similar, I think, has miniatures. You're battling on a hex board. I don't know about the card deck building aspect to it or anything like that. But maybe they're very similar products. I don't know. But this game is, the guys are based out of Italy. They're a company called PvP Geeks. So far, they seem super kind and friendly. I've watched some of their live streams on their YouTube page. You can see tournament play of this game being played on Tabletop Simulator. If you're curious to play this game and want to try it out, they totally offer a fully free way to play online, supposedly. You can go to their website. There's buttons to click. You get emailed what you need to know to play online. But you can fully play this game without spending a penny online to try it out and to play around the world with other people. And there are people that will teach you. The Skytear PvP folks have a Discord where they are fully accepting to new players. You can ask rules questions in there. They'll be answered by other players live. And they have a whole community based around this game. Like I said, people who play it competitively, people who play it casually. But the developers of the game are in there. So you can find out more info and find out how to play it free online. But you'll see here how to play the physical game. I'm more about the physical. I don't really care about the Tabletop Simulator part of it. I think it's Tabletop Simulator. It might be their own web app. I'm not 100% sure. But you can play online free if you want to try the game out before you spend a penny. And you can fully play it free for the rest of your life if you didn't want to spend a penny. That's also what they talk about on the website. So during COVID, that's good to have to keep a competitive game alive. Because as you guys know, there's no organized play really happening at a lot of stores around the world because of COVID, which is unfortunate. So this game coming out in 2020, it has like a rough road ahead possibly in the competitive scene because the tournament scenes like doesn't exist. Yeah. So it's cool they have an online tournament scene though. But yeah. And Kate says, I really don't need another deck builder. Oh yeah. So let me show you something cool too. And it's nice to see that this company offers this stuff right off the bat. Oh, this is the buyer's guide. Stop. No, I just need to go to get back to their webpage, man. Play. Skytear. So here they have the whole like a card library, a deck builder. You can look at decks. So you can totally, they have a full, I like that the company came out with this right off the bat. Like no fan made solution need to come out later. I like that they offer this right up front, where they have a site you can filter by faction, card values. You can look at all the heroes that exist, everything about the game, all the different victory cards that exist are all here. Outsiders, all the different outsiders if you care. So that's the card browser. Then they have a full deck builder, so you can go build decks, picking your factions, picking your decks, all that stuff, and it'll help you with the deck building restrictions. And then you can browse the decks online and see, okay, let's see this Ashen deck. Let's take a look at this. And you can see full decks built. And I think it's very nicely done. It's great that a company coming out with this stuff like right off the bat. Because anyone who's followed like Fantasy Flight Games for a while, how many competitive tournament games they had, and it was like you only could go to fan created resources to get this kind of stuff, and you would have to wait for it to be updated, wait for the cards to appear there. But the fact that the company is doing this right off the bat, I love it. You need to do this. If you're designing any kind of competitive game or customizable game, you need to have card browsers and deck builders and all that stuff existing, and a community place to gather around that. And I think it's great that they have that. Oh, you can even search by products required. So here's some of the expansions they have. FYI. Anyways. Yeah, lots of stuff about Skytear out there. Like lots. If you want to dive in the Skytear world, it's the rabbit hole goes deep, and it's only been out for, like, it only came out this year. So hopefully it keeps going and keeps growing. Okay. Yeah, Velco, I agree. Customer-friendly company that loves the job, not only money.
Yep.
At least it appears that way, and that's great. Like, I like that they've done that. So yes, it has that whole, like, comes with a starter set, has expansions, it's living and it's growing. I understand wanting to build a community around it. And it could get very crazy and expensive if you want to get everything for a game a few years into it, right? But the fact that they offer a full way to play online without spending a penny, and they emphasize it, it's not a community way that was made that is afraid of being shut down. The company made it and has fully made it available, and I believe all the products there, and you can fully play tournaments on it and everything, meet people on the Discord and play with them without ever buying a single thing for the game, which is great that that's there. That's like, it shows that you have confidence in your product, and I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, it's extra time and extra money to do all that and to support that. Yeah, to support players, but we've all seen the free-to-play model work like crazy in the digital space. So it's just like that kind of idea. Like, let people play it all for free. If they like it, they'll spend money.
Yep.
You know? And the potential for more money earning is there, rather than like keeping a closed, locked down, you know, guarded game. So if you can just, oh, your guys kind of fit there. Yeah, I just put mine down like this thing. Really see the totals, the numbers.
Yeah.
But that's okay. I will.
I can put them up.
It's only for this game. It's fine. It is fine. Oh, I started shuffling again, didn't I? So yeah, sorry guys. I'm just gonna shuffle because all cards were sorted. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. Let us know if you have any questions about the game, or if you want something explained. Because I know I haven't really explained everything very structured. But pro tip, I should have mentioned this at the very start. So while I was blabbing on, and you don't want to listen to me blab on about rules of a game, there's a 15-minute video on the company's YouTube page that is down in the video description of this video. So if you're watching this in the future, you can go watch that 15 minutes. It gives you a good rules explanation of the game, and then you can come back and watch this after or whatever. Probably does a better job explaining the basics of the game, but the heavier rules and stuff we'll get into more as this play goes through, and you will see the faction-specific stuff all play out in like a gameplay, which you will never see in like a rules video, right? So, all right. And also, they have these reference cards. So this, I could actually drive the discussion about the rules quickly for those. Each in the hero phase, so you have a hero phase, minion phase, hero phase. You can take up to 3 different actions. You can never take the same action twice unless you have an ability on a card or something that breaks that. So you can move up to 3 hexes. Okay. Heroes or outsider blocked movement, but minions do not. So you can move through minions, but not, and tokens, but not heroes or outsiders. So big giant plastic minis you can't move through. You can skirmish. So you can perform any of the following effects in order up to these effects. You can do 1 or all 3 or 2 or whatever. You can move a hex, you can move a hex, and you can deal 0 damage plus 1 card flip. Okay, to an enemy hero, not minions. You can skirmish with the hero. Just a little bit of dealing damage, okay? You don't have to have a target to them. And this game has that whole target versus not a target thing that a lot of games we play do. You could attack. You could deal damage to an enemy hero or a minion, or remove a target enemy pillar or illusion. So attack is that whole look at their value. Are they ranged? Are they melee? Flip cards, add to the damage they do. You could lead. which is put a face down power card below the hero card from your hand or from the top of the deck. So similar, so I'll draw a card from the top of my deck. If I did it from the top of my deck, I put it like landscape orientation here underneath the hero, okay? Or I could put it from a card I know in my hand and put it under that hero. And why you want to do that is similar to the attacking and the card flipping, is when we're competing for control in a lane and you add up all your heroes and minions, they're worth 1 point each. Any heroes in that lane can then reveal their lead card. So if I had 2 heroes in this lane, they could each reveal a lead card and I could choose to pick one. I may not even know what that value is because if it comes from the top of my deck, I can't look at it. I don't know what it is. It's a gamble. If I bring it from my hand, I obviously know what it is. I put it under my hero. My opponent knows that I've put it under my card in a certain orientation. So she will know in this case, which did I put known information under there or random information, and she can make decisions based on that. Again, some of the nitty gritty deep rabbit hole of strategy in this game that I love is just that whole bluffing and cards face down and unknown information you can have. Then you choose one of those cards, same with like an attack, except for you're using the value on the left side, the mana cost. So I would add 2 control points to this case to battling over a control token, okay? That's what the lead is. Lead is just me taking an action to put a card underneath a hero to help them when we're calculating control points in the minion phase later. Okay. Then the other thing is the specific faction, and that's why there is different reference cards for each faction, because at the bottom there's this unique ability called Worship that's different for each faction. And it gives each faction their own different feel and their own different strategy and drives each hero's unique abilities and some of their cards. So we're going to play ignoring the Worship ability in this first game. This is the learning game mode that they play. Characters have no abilities, have no Worship action. So we can either move, skirmish, attack, or lead. Okay? And you are green and blue.
Thank you.
I'm red and yellow. Not that it matters in this case. And on the other side, we have the minion phase discussed on one of these cards. So in the minion phase, you check control tokens from lowest to highest. So we will start with control token 1, find out who wins it, resolve it. Control token 2, find out who wins it, resolve it. Then control token 3, which is the dome, and resolve it, okay? So first you determine the winner. Then the winner gets to apply damage based on the difference. Then they advance the control token like I described earlier, the certain amount of spaces based on the difference. Then you move your minions with the control token. They kind of follow it along, okay? And then you get to spawn minions at that control token. If you have, yeah, you'll spawn minions, yeah, because you can run out. Or not run out. Yes, you can run out. That's why we have token stuff. And then in the domes, the winner places the outsider and activates it by spending. So if we on this control point 3, you do it after you do 1 and 2, the lanes. We then resolve the dome and then find out who gets control, if anybody, of the outsider. And then you get to use them to do 3 actions with the outsider. So you could do the actions of movement if the outsider can move. This guy's not allowed to move, so once you place him based on his rules, you can skirmish with him, you can attack with him, you can do on one of his abilities, and that's it. And then at the end of the turn, there's a little cleanup phase where you discard all power tokens, or power cards from the hero, which we'll describe later. Draw 2 new cards, discard down till you have less than 7, and then you ready all your exhausted heroes, and then you increase the round track, basically. Okay. Power cards. So we're going to start each with 6. Okay. In the basic rules, or the original rules, it talks about the second player gets 5 cards. Oh yeah, first player, which is you. Mel also gets this card, which doesn't count towards her hand limit. It's kind of helping out the first player because they're at kind of a little disadvantage, I guess. But she has basically a coupon here where the next non-ultimate power card you can pay for 1 less mana. Okay, so just keep that in mind. You have this coupon. We'll just put that here. But once it's used once in the game, it's flipped and cannot be used for the rest of the game. So we'll just keep it here for you, so it's there. So some other stuff in this game. Let's talk about power cards and how power cards work. They don't take an action. You can play a power card whenever, kind of. So there's power cards like this one called Lifesteal. There's 2 types of power cards, sort of. There is this one that has to be played on the hero's activation. The hero has to be able to play cards with this mana type, and we don't have to care about that in this basic mode.
Oh, okay. I was going to say we don't have.
In this basic mode, it doesn't matter.
So any character can play
Anybody
any
can
card?
play anything.
Okay.
Yeah. This is a very loosey-goosey learning the game kind of mode, because it gets pretty complex. Normally, like this guy here is in the yellow faction, but he's actually allowed to play red and yellow cards. Okay? And super awesome thing I love about this game. I don't need to put land. I don't need to build locations. I don't need to build up an economy as I play. I don't need to discard cards in my hand to pay for other cards in my hand, which I do like that though. But this game doesn't have that. Okay? How you pay for these cards? This card that costs 2 mana that I have to play on my turn. I can't play it in round 1 unless I have this discount. So your mana, each hero has the mana equal to the round. So as the game progresses, for example, in the 3rd round, every hero has 3 mana to spend on their activation. And each hero only activates once per round. We go back and forth, activating a hero once each. And then we go, once we're all exhausted, we go to the minion phase, okay? That's how the flow of it works. So right now, we start the 1st round. We all have 1 mana each. So I technically can't play this 2 mana cost card. But I could play it in the 2nd round by a hero who could play red cards. But again, we're playing the intro mode, so we don't care about the color. We can play, and my yellow heroes here can play red, or if I had blue, whatever, I can play it. But I only have red and yellow cards, but I don't have to worry. I'm pretty sure. Let me just double check that actually. I believe
unless like power cards are not involved.
Let me just, there's like, it's like super quick here. Where's this? Simplified mode. This is what I want. So on the right here, this is the very end of the rule book. On your, I wish this was at the beginning of the rule book because we read and we played, and then after playing a couple times, I was like, I'm gonna read the end of the rule book, all the variant modes and stuff. And this is like the very last paragraph in the whole book, which is super weird. Yeah, right before the credits. Yeah. So weird to put this there, not at the beginning of the book, to tell people to play the first way this time. Kind of like the FFG Learn to Play guide versus the rules reference. This rule book's kind of made backwards, and I don't know if that's on purpose. Like the setup is at the very end of the book, before the variants. So you will learn about all the makeup of cards and everything before you like set up the game. It seems very weird. But I mean, to each their own. The simplified mode on your first games, it can be overwhelming to assimilate and use all the hero skills. To ease the learning curve, you can play a simplified game mode with just 3 rules changes. Use the back of the hero cards without any skills on them. Keep in mind, mages still have piercing. That just means mage type heroes ignore armor. And the worship actions not allowed. That's the one we talked about in our 2nd game today. We will play with the full rules. And then heroes can play power cards regardless of the rune colors. There you go. Okay. So that's it. These are the rules that we're breaking right now in this learning game, okay?
Okay.
Yes, Velko, on the other side of this board, I mentioned it earlier, there is a 3-lane board on the other side of this board, but you don't have enough heroes in the starter set to play it. So you have to buy at least 1 expansion, which we do have. I do have, we have the base starter set. I have the base starter box, which has enough to play on the 2-lane board. And then they sent us, and thanks again to PvP Geeks for sending this over. After checking it out, it looks pretty cool, obviously. And then they have these little expansions, which include, I think they're all the same. So this is the Red Factions expansion. We have this. That has 4 extra heroes that all have different cards, different abilities and stuff. And then you get 4 more red minions, so it can build up your minion pool. And then it comes with some extra tokens and stuff. So you just need, I think, 1 expansion to get enough heroes. Because I think you need 10 heroes to play on the other side of the board. Oh, the art is beautiful in this game, Velko. Art is beautiful. Gorgeous. I forgot to mention that. I even said to Mel before the video. I was like, remind me to point out the art, how crazy it is. Because I always forget to do that on video. Because I always just think you guys can see it. So like I don't need to point it out. And to every person, art is different subjectively, right? But yeah, the art, I think it's awesome. Like, look at this. Look at this cover. Like, all this art is the same on the cards and everything. They did a good job.
Yeah. Now, you do have 4 more minions in there if you would rather take them out instead of using tokens. It's up to you.
Yeah, we could do that. Yep.
Yeah, for the red faction anyways.
Yep. So here, unboxing video in a playthrough. Oh my god. But we did unbox it, and no, they don't come painted. Mel painted these, and I put them back in the box. So we will play with these at some point. We just haven't dabbled in the deck building or bringing in expansion heroes or anything. But we will use these minions.
But yeah, then you won't have to use tokens at least for possibly.
Yeah. For the red faction, they have enough. Yeah. So you can get a green faction expansion box, a yellow, and a blue. That'll come with more heroes from those factions and more minions, more cards, all that good stuff. So the game, this is like very much like an LCG. Like they're gonna keep releasing expansion content and like a whack of cards. Like there are, I want to save this for the end, but now that I have it out, so you get your hero cards. They each have their own like ultimate cards, and the red faction gets a bunch of cards. And just like an LCG expansion pack that's faction specific, like Legend of the Five Rings or whatever, you get some other cards for other factions in there to help you, you know, round out the game.
Yeah, if you're deck building,
Yep,
right?
deck building, or just want more play variability.
Yeah.
Like I remember when we were first playing Game of Thrones living card game, we were just buying cards to have more fun at our table, playing with the different characters we liked and building different decks.
Yeah, yeah.
Before even thinking of tournaments, just having fun. Like I want to play with dragons, but there's not enough dragons that come in the base set. How do I get more dragons? And of course, I chase down the Targaryen expansion and get the dragons going. But yeah, same idea in this. If you want more advanced stuff, you go for the expansion stuff. But yeah, there is an expansion that's Outsiders, like I said. I wanted to get it. We were gonna buy it yesterday, but they didn't have any left at the store, so I didn't get it. And I also didn't buy. There's a single lane, a neoprene expansion that is single lane. You probably can.
Says Mel, great painting.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Mel's awesome for painting this all. Definitely makes the game. Definitely makes the game better. Just kidding. Just kidding. Definitely makes the gameplay just that much better.
It makes it more fun.
Yeah, more fun. Yeah. Fun factor's been increased. But yeah, we didn't even want to play it till it was painted. Like when Mel got it, we looked at the miniatures. The miniatures are so nice and detailed.
Yeah,
these are like great miniatures. Like I'm not a miniature pro or anything, but these are like. Yeah, they're very, very nice detailed miniatures. Good size to them. And except for obviously the minions are very tiny. But Mel was able to like really paint them nice and it makes them feel better on the table. And especially when you're playing a competitive game and it's based on colors and factions. When they were all just gray on the board, when I pulled it out of the box the first time, I'm like, Mel, I hate to say it, but like I don't really want to play this game after I've seen some of the painted miniatures online. I don't really want to show this game off not painted. Like it feels harder to play when it's all just gray plastic. They do offer white and black bases you can snap on. So I could play with all gray miniatures with black bases. Mel can snap on these little circle white bases, and we can play that way if you don't want to paint. That does exist. That's an option. But I was trying to find... Oh, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah. Oh, buy now. Yeah. So it tells you here, start here. This is crazy. Like our starter box at our local retailer was only $66 Canadian. So I don't know. I guess it's $100 to ship from wherever they are. That seems a little high. But you can get a bundle from them. But look at your local retailer. This game can be found. There was a way. Hold on.
Wasn't it by release?
Right here, where to buy. Online, you can do it in their web store or a store locator. So they have a store locator, so you can find your local game store. You can order this stuff through them. I'm sure most major board game stores will carry this stuff. So I don't know about their online prices. They don't look competitive to me, but it could just be our local retailer had better pricing. I don't know, but definitely wasn't that expensive. So FYI, I'm trying to save you guys some money. All right. Let's see here. So let's go to buy now. So again, check your local retailer pricing. But there is a buyer guide. They have a whole buyer guide explaining everything. Yeah, because see, these expansions are only like $30 at our local store.
Yeah.
That's weird. Okay, anyways, maybe they include shipping on this or something.
Maybe
it's free shipping on here.
And tax might be included.
What's this? Advanced expansions coming out?
Pre-order now. These weren't there when we were looking yesterday, were they?
I think these were in the online store, but I didn't even notice them. So it looks like, yeah, they have more content planned that's coming. It looks like you can get a green and blue expansion box and a yellow and red expansion box.
Seems like the yellow and red and green and blue maybe go together.
Oh, you can get poker chips for the game of the hero tokens instead of the cardboard. You can get the tower health tokens and miniatures. So yeah, if you want to upgrade this game, there's the snap bases. They got their own sleeves. There's that token set thing that we have. So we never run out of minions. You can 3D print your own board using fan-made 3D files, but you have to pay them for them. I don't know. Does that feel wrong?
They have to pay
they're fan-made. and they're files that you have to print, but you have to pay them for the files.
Well, maybe they paid.
I don't know. Every other company I've seen gives out like free 3D printed files. I don't know. That's weird.
I don't know.
But there's art books, lore books, all this stuff, and then you can get fan made tokens to upgrade over the cardboard.
Wasn't there that you're looking for?
I'm looking for the single mat.
Yeah, maybe it was at the bottom where it said CL accessories.
Oh, maybe. There.
Whoa, what is that? Oh, that's OP kit. I was like, look at those.
Yeah, so they have OP kits for tournament play, if you want to run tournaments. The heck? Oh, right here. Ashen Pass. So I was going to buy this. I saw this at the store yesterday. But then you need more outsiders. And we couldn't find the outsider expansion. Yeah. So I like, you don't need the more outsiders. You could play where just the first but this looks awesome, like a neoprene mat to play on. I wanted to buy this to play this on video today, but we might do it in the future. But you can get a single lane and play it with one lane, and you see it has 2 domes. They're like kind of like the dome is split in half. So whichever dome is first one, you play with the outsider there. But if you have more than one outsider, you can draft outsiders at the beginning of the game, and based on the dome that's won, you can have a different outsider that has different abilities to control. But they do have this smaller mat, and it's like shortens down games to 20 to 40 minutes rather than 30 to 60 or whatever it is, a full game. Yeah, so I just want to show that. Okay, bless you.
Excuse me, thank
you. Yeah. So anyways, that's what I want to show. I want to get this, but then it says like it has 2 domes. And same with the other side of the board. I don't want to play that until I have different outsiders. I don't like that idea of only one dome you can fight over gets an outsider. So if you fight over the other one, there's no point. So then it's like, why am I playing on this side of the board if I'm not using everything?
Yeah, I don't
just
know
feels weird. Just feels weird. All right. Okay. So power cards. Back to power cards. So like I was saying, mana cost in the top left, the little combat modifier in the top right when you flip. This one has to be played on your activation. This one can be played at any time. Action cards can be played at any time basically during the hero phase, but except for these ones are limited to only that hero's activation. And they will do different things like moving around guys, adding attack, healing, what else?
Adding conditions.
Adding conditions. Conditions. Thank you. That was where I was going. So on this other reference card, we have keywords like caster. That's the hero generating the effect. Target, someone within 3 hexes, and line of sight. Line of sight is basically just nothing across a yellow line or a white line. So the white line of the dome blocks line of sight. Okay, and then there's these little eyeballs that are on the bushes. So all these bush spaces you guys see on the board, you can hide in them. So unless somebody is adjacent to you, you're hidden in it basically. So if I'm in this bush and Mel, hero, is over here, which is 1, 2, 3 line of sight away, she can't see me because I'm hiding in the bush. But if Mel had a friendly hero beside me, I'm not hidden anymore because that friendly hero can now point out where I am and she can fire in the bush. Okay? So that's kind of cool little line of sight. Super simple. Yeah. All within 3 spaces. You can hide in bushes and you can't see across into the dome. That's it.
It's
super simple. Yes. And when I saw line of sight, the title in the rule book, I was like, God damn it, here we go. Another like have to figure out what blocks what, who goes where, like what line of sight. Get out your ruler, draw a straight line between this corner and that corner, and does this hit? No, none of that's in this game. I love it. I love that it's not. Okay, so it's like it just flows. But when moving, the only thing that blocks you is hero miniatures and these big dudes. Okay, that's it. Piercing, I already said. Ignore armor. You can increase or decrease armor, attack, skirmish damage. Predict. This has like scouting, like in Lord of the Rings: Middle Earth. You can predict. So if you have predict 2, you get to look at the top 2 cards of your deck. You can put them back on the top in any order or discard them. No bottom of the deck stuff, but that exists. And then there's 4 conditions: disarm, slow, fast, and frenzy. Okay. Slow. Surprise, it's a snail. Okay. You can give a hero a slow condition. Instead of movement up to 3 hexes, you reduce their movement by 2 hexes. So if they only have regular movement, they can move 1. You can obviously add extra movement to that, but this will reduce you by 2. You have fast, which increases movement by 2 hexes. Okay, it's a little bunny. You have disarm, which disarm will reduce your attack damage to half rounded up. Okay. Then you have Frenzy, which gives you an additional attack action on the turn that doesn't cost an action point according to the living rulebook. But in the default game, it basically gives you an extra attack that costs an action point. You could spend 2 of your actions on a turn to attack, but we're playing with the newer rule set that you get a free attack action. So you can do 2 on your turn if you want. And then these tokens here are if you're chatting with your stream and you totally forget what's happening in the game, you can track the action points you've spent on a hero so you don't forget. So you could be like, okay, he's done 1 action, he's done 2 actions. So I guess if you're playing super competitively, you might want to use those.
Yeah, I could see that.
So nobody's cheating. Anything else?
The only other thing is hero death.
Ah, yes. When heroes die. What happens when heroes die, Mel? Tell us.
So when a hero is reduced to 0, they don't actually die and are out of the game. They do get to come back, but when they come back is based on their orientation in the game. So if a hero died and they had not gone that turn, they will come back in the next turn. So ideally, they'll just miss that turn that round. If they have already acted and they were technically exhausted, you've already activated them, they will come back, not in the next round, but the following. So if we're on round 1 and this bear dies, he's exhausted, let's say, he's going to come back on the 3rd turn. So he's going to essentially miss a turn. So any time someone dies, they will essentially miss 1 round. And then they'll get to come back, and they will spawn again starting at their next.
Another thing we forgot to do when we drafted our factions is you take your faction that you drafted first and you put your heroes out beside your nexus in one of these 4 starting spaces. And then when I draft, I then put my factions out, but I draft them both together, whatever. So it doesn't really matter. Which one's range, which one's not. Here. One here. Going to keep kind of red on one side, yellow on the other. I don't think it matters too much when they don't have their faction abilities. There's normally a faction ability, the worship action. They're very synergistic. So the more like heroes of the similar faction you have near each other, they kind of benefit off each other. But yeah.
Did you want to shuffle your hand and redo your?
No, I don't.
I wasn't really paying attention.
Don't really care.
Just
all good. This is to demonstrate the game. This is the learning game. Kick my butt all you want. But the second game we'll take it way more serious, where we have abilities and we'll try to go through that. But
okay.
Right.
I think we're good to begin.
No. We still have to put minions. So minions, you can have in a single hex. I can have one of my minions, and Mel can have one of her minions. But only 2 minions per hex. I can never put 2 of mine. Only one of mine ever in a space. But they start off like so. 1 on the control point, 1 on the outside of the control point. So this is the starting position. All right. Mulligan. This is why I didn't really care about you seeing my hand.
I didn't really pay attention.
Yeah. So you can mulligan as many cards as you want. You just discard them. It gets your discard pile going. And then you draw that many cards to replace it. Back up to my 6 cards in hand. And once you run out of your deck, you just shuffle it all up and start drawing again. No big deal. Nice and simple. Okay. So you were first. Oh yeah, I didn't put all my heroes' health markers out here. So I have 2 that have 18 health. And one has 15 health, one has 16 health. So here's the little tokens. The art matches the art. So you track their health that way, like I said. Put these over here. These are faction-specific tokens that tie to the worship actions. We're not going to be playing with these for the first game, just so you know. And I'll keep these here for minions. You keep some over there for your minions, if we need them. And you just keep your spare minions kind of like behind your nexus, off of the hexes, out of play. But they just kind of go back here at your nexus to be put out again. I don't know if it says the opponent can inspect your discard pile,
But I can't see why not.
But
It's
every
face
single
up.
game in like the history of
Yeah.
competitive gaming, you can.
Yeah.
So I would assume so.
I would assume so as well. Because face up, right? So it's open information.
Yeah. You would have to check the comprehensive rules. I'm sure we'll have that discussed in it. But the basic rule book, I don't think mentions that.
Yeah. Okay, so am I good to go?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Let me just double check the setup just to be sure we're not goofing
Sure.
something up. We drafted our factions. Hero card, faction token, hero miniatures. Form 2 decks of power cards. Yep. Draw power cards and mulligan. Build your 4 towers. Place your control tokens. Rally your minions. Summon the outsider. We all know we're gonna just play with that one outsider. But
Oh, when you play and you have multiple, do you just play random or?
no, you can draft it
it?
or do random. Your choice. I think you can do whatever you want. So
Cool.
yes, if you own more outsiders, you could play the same mode with a different outsider. Like I could bring my own outsider, you bring your own, and based on like flips, we choose. I think. Or
oh, I think I remember. Yeah.
Or I forget exactly because we don't own it anymore. I remember reading it quickly, but I think maybe I think I could come with my outsider, you come with yours, and I think if I win the dome, I'd put mine out maybe.
No, wasn't it there a thing of whoever was first player got to choose if they wanted to pick their outsider or their character first, or
okay,
there was something along the lines of like that. I
Yeah,
can't
it's
remember.
like more advanced stuff.
Yeah, but we don't have to worry about that. So I just read it briefly. Might have even been something from Board Game Geek that we were reading.
Maybe.
Can't remember.
But if you have multiple domes, like the single lane and the 3-lane Matt have, you will have an outsider tied to each dome. So yeah. All right.
Okay, I will.
So which hero are you activating first?
Good question. I am going to activate Korjoff, and I'm going to start by doing a move action where he can move up to 3 spaces. 1, 2, 2. I will perform an attack, and he is range.
Oh no.
So I can hit range of 3. So 1, 2, 3. So I'll do an attack on your minion here for 3 plus a card flip. 3 plus 1 is 4. Minions have a health of 1 with no shield.
Yep. So basically a minion will almost always die unless you attack it for like 1 and then flip like a -1 at 0 or whatever. Then you won't kill it.
Yeah.
But mine are these.
Okay, so that was 2 actions. And then for my third action, I will lead from my hand, placing a card under him. That is 3 actions. It will exhaust.
Okay. Very similar. Let's go here. 1, 2, 3. So she's here. She has ranged attack. I will attack. For range 2. I will close there. Can
You have range
closer?
3.
Oh, it's range 3. Oh, I'm so dumb.
No.
It's 2 attack. I'm
Yeah,
reading,
yeah,
and I'm thinking 2 spaces. 1, 2, 3. I'll attack over here.
Yep.
So it is 2 plus card flip. So it's a total of 4. Got a +2.
Oh, that's mine. That's your guy. Sorry.
Yep.
This guy.
Take him out. Then I'm going to I will lead and then put a card from my hand underneath my hero to add to the control point value later. Go ahead.
Okay. Activate this one for move to start. So 1, 2, 3. I will then do a skirmish action where I will move 1. I will attack your hero for 0 plus card flip. 1. Field.
No.
Nope.
So she takes 1 damage, so I'll move her down to 15.
And then I can continue my skirmish action by still doing another move. Here. 2 actions. So for my 3rd action, I will do an attack. An attack of 3 plus card flip. Let's go.
He's melee, right?
Yeah,
so
he's melee, so it has to be either your minion or your hero. But let's maybe just attack. Let's attack a minion. So this one here for 3 plus card flip of 1. So 4 total. And then he's done.
Oh yeah, I forgot to exhaust. Whoopsie.
That's okay.
All right. Let's start with this guy. 1, 2, 3. He will range attack 1, 2, 3. For 3 plus 2 card flips. I'll just choose a +1.
Yep.
He destroys that minion. And then he will lead. And he's exhausted. Go ahead.
Okay. We're going to do a move of 1, 2, 3. He is going to lead for action 2. And let's do a ranged attack for 2 at range 3, 1, 2, 3 on this minion here for 2 plus card flip. 4. Is exhausted.
Okay. All right, I'll activate Habarat. He's going to move 1, 2, 3. He will skirmish. Move for 1. He's going to hit her for 0 skirmish 0 plus card flip. It's a 2.
Okay, so I have 1 defense, so I'll take 1.
And then going to attack. He'll attack your hero for 4 2 card flips on +3. Yeah! All right, so 4 plus 3 is 7.
Okay, so I have 1 defense, so I take 6.
So there's a whole stack to this game, kind of like Magic and these other competitive games, where we're kind of rushing this like intro play. But normally you would declare an attack, and it kind of starts the stack, and then your opponent can start, first player would slap down a card saying, I have a card I want to play for that attack. I may play one that gives me +1 attack for that attack, and then you can move guys around and stuff. So there's this whole play of like, I declare an attack, I pick my target. But then cards can be played between us that can increase attack, move guys around, all this stuff. Then when you go to resolve the attack, after going through this stack and resolving cards in order, going to the bottom, the characters may have moved and be out of range and stuff like that. So the attack could then fizzle. So there's some very clever card play here that you're not really seeing yet. But obviously, as the mana increases and you can play more cards and do combos and crazy things, it gets pretty interesting.
And Jim has a question. How do you get more minions in play?
We will spawn 2 minions each in the minion phase. That's really it.
At each
control
lane,
point.
Yeah.
But not the one in the middle.
Not the middle.
Because minions don't go in the dome.
So that character's done?
There might be other ways for abilities, but...
not that I've seen so far.
Yeah, not in the starter set, at least I've seen. He skirmish attack move, yes.
Okay.
So Abarat has activated.
Okay. second. Okay, let's do one. Sorry, he's gonna move. 1, 2, 3. Let's skirmish. Move 1, 2. Attack, so that fizzles.
Yep, skirmish only works against heroes, not minions. You can still do the movement part. You can do any 3 of those actions from the skirmish. You don't have to do all 3, but you could. But she just used the 2 movement points.
Yes, and I think attack, because I'm melee, so I could have done it slightly different. Yeah, is that okay if I just my skirmish slightly differently? So 1, 2, 3, I was here.
Yeah, whatever.
And I'll just do my skirmish to here. And that fizzles. And then I can do an attack here for 3 plus card flip. 4.
Oh.
He's done.
Okay. All right. I'm going to play melee. I'll move 1, 2, 3. Then I will skirmish. One. I'll attack this guy with our skirmish against him. 0 plus card flip. 2.
2 is get through.
And then I'll use the last point of my movement from the skirmish to go back into the dome this way. And then I will, I guess, lead off the top of my deck. And she's exhausted.
Okay, so that's everyone is exhausted.
Mm-hmm.
So we will determine the winner, if any, from each.
So
starting from
we
the
start with number 1, control points. This is the minion phase we talked about earlier. So we're gonna check control point 1. So Mel, let's flip our lead cards. I find this is better just to like get them out on the table so we can just add it up. So it's heroes that are within 3 of the control point and minions that are within 3 of the control point. Add 1 point each. Then you add lead cards from any heroes that are there, but you only choose 1 lead card, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I have this guy back here who is 1, 2, 3 away.
Yep. And
he's adding a 3-point lead card. Use the mana cost for leads.
Okay, so I have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And I have 1, 2, 3, 4. So you won by 2.
Mm-hmm.
So those are gone. So then you would deal 2 damage to minions that are around the control point.
Okay.
So are there any minions to deal damage to?
No.
Then she could do any excess damage to a tower or nexus within 3 spaces. Obviously where the control point is right now, 1, 2, 3, isn't enough to reach a tower. Once you're done dealing all your damage, spending all those difference in damage points, you then get to move it that many spaces towards your opponent's towers of that difference.
I can move it 1, 2.
Now she's 1 away. So if she wins again and gets another difference the same way this happens, she will deal damage to my tower.
And this guy was on it, so he moved with it.
No. So he'd be in this spot. But there is more updated rules. Normally, you would just reset all these minions, move them to the control point. But how it works now in the living rule book, you only move minions that are out of range of the control point. So this minion actually stays where he is after you move the control point. Now we spawn minions. So starting with the winner, you spawn 2 minions. You have to start as close to the control point as possible, which will be on it. Then you can put them any space outside. Even if all the spaces were filled, you could start placing them adjacent in the next spaces. So then I will put one on here, and I will put one here. Actually, here.
So I think that kind of answers Jim's question, saying I'm not seeing the use of minions. So minions kind of
They just count as one control point,
and they'll protect your nexus or your towers because they'll absorb excess damage.
Yes.
As well.
Yes. So all the damage has to be applied to minions first around the control point, then to the tower.
Yeah.
So if I keep putting minions here and she doesn't destroy them, it will give me more points to push the control point the other way, and give points towards damage and movement of that control point.
Yeah.
So minions count. They're worth 1 point, the same amount that a hero is worth. So they're just as valuable as heroes for this whole minion phase control point tug of war. But they don't have any abilities or anything. They're literally 1 hit point, 0 armor. They just count as a point here, and they're fodder, yes.
Yeah, and they don't move. They don't do anything.
Same as in League of Legends and those kind of games. They kind of just run to the control point. You know, they're like, they get killed easily. They keep respawning. It's all straight from like League of Legends or those MOBA style games, right?
Yeah.
Some cards really play off minions as well, like move your hero. Hey, Locator,
Yes.
you have this game? I was asking earlier if anyone in the chat has played this game before, and I was just curious. But nobody at the time seems to have heard of the game ever. So hopefully we do a good job of showing it off. Yeah, you.
Oh,
nice, okay,
nice.
awesome.
And I guess you enjoy?
What do you think, Locator? What's your hot take on the game? And how much have you played it? And like, do you go to tournaments? Do you play competitively? Are you deep?
I guess online tournaments.
Are you deep in the competitive scene, or are you just playing it like kind of, you know,
casual
board game style, like we have been playing it?
Okay, while we wait for that, we will move on to lane number 2. So any lead cards for lane number 2? I have this one.
Oh, yep. This one is here.
Okay, so do you want to tally up yours first?
What else is there in the lane guy? Yeah. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
Okay. So difference of 1, no minions to absorb any damage. So we will move that 1, and I will respawn.
You can't have 2 on the same.
Oh, sorry, that's my guy. Sorry.
This is going to go here.
Okay, and this is the card then, and dome.
So dome, I have. I got a 2 randomly, so I have 1, 2, 3 against 0.
Yep.
So I win the dome, and then now with the dome, you get this special outsider, and I was really hoping for this. That's why I went in there. I know it was going to hurt me here a lot, but I want to show as much as I can in the first part, because I know a lot of people later won't watch the full video and see the full game played in our second playthrough. So I want to show as much as I could here in the first one. So we have the outsider. So place an outsider anywhere across to this dome's perimeter. The outsider cannot move. And then Divine Conduit is an ability I could use. So I have 3 points. I can use them to do each of these abilities, or I can attack or skirmish or move if they could move. But this guy can't move. He has Divine Conduit. I can target a friendly hero. So right now this guy is friendly to me. He's like a 5th hero for me. Only right now in this little phase activation window. Okay? Then he just sits on the board for the next person to win control of him, kind of thing. So I have to put him on the outside perimeter. So he has to be like in the dome and half out of the dome, kind of thing. So 1 hex on the bottom or 2 hexes on the bottom can be outside the dome, but he has to be still like 1 foot in. I don't know what I want to do with him. He does have range attack. He's actually a 3 range attack with 1 card flip, 20 health, and 2 armor. He is an enemy at all other times to all players. So you could fight and destroy this guy. There is a mode in one of the expansions that has something to do with that kind of thing. I don't know if I don't think we have an objective that revolves around destroying this guy or anything, but you can. You can destroy this guy and get him out of the game if you're tired of him messing with you. So if I keep going after the dome, Mel could have all her heroes like target and destroy this guy with some card play and some attacks and stuff, and then we just don't care about the dome anymore because there's nobody you can bring back in. But he's 20 health with 2 armor. I think that would be kind of hard to do, and then you're forgetting about other things, obviously.
Yeah.
But that would definitely shut down the victory condition on this card of defeat 2 enemy heroes using the outsider. You could make that null and void. I am going to go. I don't know what I want to do. If I want to like damage, I don't know if like the worship action doesn't matter. So this first ability is useless to us in this learning game without the worship ability. Shockwave, you could deal 0 plus 1 card flip piercing damage to a target hero and push them 2 hexes. Or instill energy, draw 1 power card. Okay, so but he only has 3 range, so I gotta like think who I'm attacking, if I'm gonna attack with him or skirmishing or anything. He has 9 health.
Yep, 9 health.
So I could flip 6 damage off this, but she has armor, so that's 5 total. A skirmish might get me another 2. That's not enough to take someone out with this guy yet. But, or do I go after some minions? They're outnumbering me. Let's try and... yeah, let's go right here. We'll go right here, partly out of the dome. And he blocks movement spaces there too, so it's kind of interesting.
Yep.
All right, so I am going to... let's attack. Yeah, let's attack her. So 3 plus 1 card flip. Oh, plus 3.
Okay, so 1
5
damage
more.
is 5. Or I block 1 damage.
I'm going to do a shockwave also to her, which is 0 plus card flip, which is 0 piercing damage, so nothing, big whiff, and push them 2 hexes. So I'll push 1 and 2. Okay. 4. Here? 2.
You know.
Yeah. Right up beside my melee guy. Then it's also... okay. So that was 2 things, right? And then I will draw a power card. Skirmished. Shockwave.
Yeah, skirmish would be 0 plus card flip.
Not piercing. So
right.
no. I will just take a power card. Okay. 3, 4, 5. Okay. And that's it. That's the outsider. He just sits there now for a future minion phase, fighting over the dome.
Yeah, just blocking our way.
Okay, so then we go to the end of turn, which I somehow always forget the order of it, but you discard all. So if we played any power cards, a cool way to track. So let's say I played, let's say it was round 3 or later, and I had 3 mana per hero, and I played this card that costs 3 mana in the top left here. You would actually put it on the hero that cast it, and you leave it there for the full round till the end to show that he spent 3 mana points. Since he's able to play cards not on his turn, based on those different power cards, you need to track how much mana has been spent. So cards don't go to the discard pile right away. They go on the hero that spent them to track the mana spent, which I love the housekeeping of this game, tracking that and the whole tying your mana to the round. I love it.
I feel like everything's just clean and efficient.
Yes, I like it. Nice design on that for sure.
Yeah.
Very, very good for tournament play.
So now at this point, we would discard any power cards. So you would, if
if I had that, I would discard my power cards then off all my heroes.
Yep, we're going to draw 2 new cards.
Beautiful.
Discard down to 6 if we have more than 7.
Do have 7.
2, 3,
no, okay,
4,
more
5,
than
6.
6.
More than 6.
Down
right,
to
yep.
6.
I have 6 exactly. Okay.
2, 4, 5, 6. Okay.
Now we will ready all heroes.
Boom, boom, boom. And then move the round token.
Marker.
Boom,
Yep.
we're in round 2. So now every hero has 2 mana to play cards. Oh, Successful Geeks here. Hello. Says, woo, this is by far my favorite MOBA board game. Can you elaborate on that? and what other games does it beat out that you've played that are MOBA related? I'd love to hear it, because like the only one we've played like this is Cloudspire, and I feel those are apples and oranges. So it's hard. I love both, but yeah. And Locator, let's read what Locator is replying. Not too deep yet. Hasn't gone too deep into the game, but I like the game. Really combines the feel of deck building with the board component. Yes, it's like competitive LCG kind of feel, like card play, card game mixed with the whole miniatures, light, like dudes on a map, tactical combat game. Like I like the mix too. I agree. Solo mode is coming soon as well. Didn't know that.
Oh, we didn't know that.
Didn't know that. So PvP Geeks, if you're watching this, I would love to get involved. Send over, once you've completed that solo mode, send over whatever's needed. I'd like to show that off on the channel, because I think there's a lot of fans on this channel that would like to see this, a solo version of this game. Also, think about him as blocking hexes. Yep. And for movement.
Yeah, for this.
Yeah, oh yeah, for the outsider. Yeah, perfect. Perfect.
Oh,
okay.
there you go.
Oh, I consider Cloudspire kind of a MOBA, but very, very different. This is much easier to get into. Guards of Atlantis 2. I got to try it, and it wasn't bad, but feels much better. Okay. Yeah, Cloudspire is just so advanced. Like, it's so complex, and it's got the whole, like, tower defense stuff, too. And all the... Like I said before, I was saying Cloudspire, like, just a minion in Cloudspire has, like, more abilities and stuff than a hero in this game. Like, that you have to memorize, and they're very faction specific. Not to mention all the base upgrading and all the cards and stuff in that game too. Like all the different skills on all the different units. Nuts. And Dragon says, oh hey, just said hi. Nothing else.
Hello.
Hello, Sakabra. Oh yeah, I see you waving emoji up in there. Hello. All right.
Yeah, I feel like this is more of a... People can take this as an entry into the MOBA.
Not even entry. It's definitely it's definitely medium weight, but it's quick.
But yeah, it's quick and
it's pretty streamlined.
Yeah, that's more what I mean. Yeah,
it's quick and streamlined. I can teach you, and we can play a game before I could finish teaching you Cloudspire.
Before you can finish setting it all up.
Before I can finish setting up Cloudspire. Yes.
I'm just kidding.
Yes. No, you might be right. You might be right.
Okay, another thing with this game is first player doesn't flip back and forth. I just remain first player, so...
Which is interesting. So you go ahead with your first activation.
Ooh, what am I doing now? Well, I think what we're gonna do is... I know. So let's do a move.
Run!
Actually, no.
Go
sorry.
hide in the bush.
We're going to do a skirmish first. I will attack this guy right in front of me for 0 plus card flip. Nothing. Eventful. We will do 2 movement from the skirmish. Okay, now I will. Oh, that was not. Now I will move for 3. Slightly.
And go through minions, remember?
Yeah, I know. I should have done something else. I should have moved somewhere. That's fine. 1, 2, 3.
What the heck are you doing? Taking me out here or what? Did you skirmish? You skirmished against this guy but missed, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I should have moved this way from instead of moving up, but that's okay. I think this might still work. Probably not, but we'll see. Okay.
You understand you're further from the control point, right? So you're not adding to that control value?
Yeah.
Okay. Just pointing that out for viewers at home.
3.
You don't need to be there. I'm just saying. Don't put a lead card under her and then think you're going to be committing to any kind of combat in a lane.
Nope. And then she has range 1, 2, 3. So let's do a range attack here. Range attack for 3. Sorry, for 2 plus card flip. 1. So total of 3.
On the guy with the 2 swords. 1, 2, 3. On Habarat.
Okay, so that was skirmish, move, and attack. She is done.
Okay. Let's go activate Yami. She will, hold on.
Yeah, definitely made some silly
Yep, it's all
moves
good.
there. There's just
All good. Hmm. I'm going to skirmish. I'll go out here. I'll try to skirmish him for 0 plus card flip. 2.
okay.
Okay. And melee. Is going to attack him for 2 with card flip. You good with this? No cards to play? Actually, yeah, I'm going to initiate the attack. So this is my card flip. We can say this starts a stack. I want to show this. So I'm going to play a card. So this card has the 2 arrows on it. So it can be played on my activation or basically on anybody's activation as a hero that could normally play it. Again, we're playing the simple mode. Color doesn't matter. But he does have 2 mana to spend. Or she has 2 mana to spend. She will play a card. You put it on top of her to show she spent 1 mana so far. But we'll put it in the stack here. We'll say this is the stack. So this is my card for the attack, which won't get resolved yet. I've just said, here, I'm targeting this guy. So now I'm going to play this card called Crippling Precision. And a target hero gets +1 attack. So I'll target myself. When they damage an enemy with an attack action or a skirmish action. I probably should do this earlier before I skirmished. But it's all good. Anyways, and then you apply slow to that enemy. So I'm just going to put that down. We don't resolve it yet, but I have to name my target. So if the target gets out of range or something weird, it will fizzle when we go to resolve this. Okay. Are you playing something?
I'm going to play something. Oh, sorry.
So Mel's going to play this card for 1 mana. Through the Eyes, apply disarm to target adjacent enemy hero. So she is going to obviously use this guy to target here and adjacent. But this card could be played by like this guy, for example, if he were there also. So you could spend mana points from another hero not involved in this whole thing to play cards that have this symbol on it. It doesn't have to be on their activation. So then I could, looking at that, you know, if I had something else, let me think. Don't have enough mana to do what I want to do. That I could keep it going. That would be funny. But anyways, so I'll stop there. I'll pass. Do you have any more things you want to play onto the stack?
No.
Okay, so you pass. So then we start resolving in reverse order. So you apply disarm to an adjacent enemy hero. So that is her. She's disarmed. So now her attacks will be rounded, or damage will be rounded down, cut in half, rounded up is what I'm trying to say. All right, so I have no reaction to this, but yes, I could react to this right now and then start a whole stack thing going.
That was fine.
Oh yeah, that goes away. So I'm disarmed. Now I will target myself with +1 to my damage, and then I'll apply slow to your Birdman guy. So +1 attack. I should have played that originally before I activated, like at the start of my activation. So my skirmish got an extra 1. I forgot that the card did that. Yes, pro plays here, pro plays. All right. Then we're going to go resolve the attack, which is now 3 plus card flip. So it's 4 total, half 2, rounded up still 2.
Okay.
And he has no armor, right?
Nope.
So he took 2 damage instead of the 4, which would have been awesome. He then played. So that's an example of some of the card play. We haven't really been getting into it. I personally like to kind of hold on to cards till we have more mana later and try to make more impactful plays. That's basically the way I've kind of been playing the game so far. But if you mulligan hard, you had good cheap cards, you could play some good crazy things early. But again, the lower cost cards don't do that many crazy things. But lots of cool little card play with the game. All right, so she's disarmed till the end of her activation, which I think she's came out skirmished. She's now attacked. Only two things. So she'll lead. Yep. Yep. She's 1, 2, 3 away from the control point. Yep. So she's gonna lead from hand. And then she's exhausted, so she'll lose the disarm.
Okay.
Rum and Bones is a MOBA. I didn't realize that. Interesting. Lobator says, I like that certain stats are static, like movement and range, less to remember for heroes. I agree. I like that it's just pretty straightforward. Keeps the game like flowing. Then you can focus on your like timing and strategy and card play and tactics and stuff. The fun part of the game.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to activate this one.
What's his name?
Golbjarn.
Golbjarn?
I don't know if that's how you say it.
Yorn?
Yorn, yeah.
Yorn the bear?
Yeah, exactly. Bearman. Okay, so I'm going to activate him, and at the start of his activation, I'm going to play Mud Floor with my Skytear Flux.
So you're using the first player advantage card that
Yes.
gives you reducing your mana cost of a single card. Once
Yes.
it's used,
Oops,
you just flip it. It's done. It's gone. It's
Yes.
face down, never to be used again.
So I can use
Once per
3
game.
mana for this.
Yep, because we're in round 2, so you get a 3 mana discount. I'm just gonna hold it up to the.
Yeah.
So you are playing Mud Flood. Who's activating? The bear, right?
Bearman, yep.
So Mud Flood is apply slow to each enemy hero in line of sight of the caster and push them 1 hex. That includes your heroes too.
Yes, I don't have any.
But let's see if I have anything.
Cancels.
Nope, we're good.
Okay, so slow will go on these two. They're both in line of sight, and then I get to push them 1 hex. So
the slow reduces their movement by 2 points. Normally it's 3 points of movement. Just FYI for those who tuned in after we explained the conditions.
let's do.
And hello, Xandor. Come home right now. Here's Rain. Nice to see you again. Welcome.
So we're gonna push this girl here. Good.
I think so.
I should have to move 1.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's simultaneous or you could do where like you move
Oh,
one then the other.
No,
I don't
if
know.
that's the case, then I would just move this guy here.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that fair? Okay. Now, there was nothing yet. I don't want to forget. Let's do first, and he's melee. Let's do an attack on a minion. Okay.
Yep.
For 3 plus card flip, 4. Okay, let's do, for second action, let's do a skirmish where I will move for 1, attack for 0 plus card flip, 1. This one.
On her?
Yep.
How much?
1.
Shouldn't warm her. Who is a mage? Do we have a mage? Orfu, he ignores armor.
Yep.
Okay.
And then let's do a lead for my third action. Done.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm going to use this guy. Sakoshi. He is going to move. I think he's going to skirmish first. I'll move 1, 2, and then he'll move 1, 2, 3. Then I'm going to try to play a card for 2 mana. Hurricane Strike on his activation.
Oh, I didn't put the card I played on him. Sorry.
Oh yeah, good idea. Oh yeah, did I not do that? Or was that? Or yeah.
Did I play another card? Yes, I did.
Yeah, I forgot to do that too. Just put the mana card on.
That was on this one. No, who?
Yeah, it was this guy because he disarmed her when she was attacking him.
Oh, so I didn't even exhaust.
Why would you exhaust?
Oh, I did that on her turn. Right. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Sorry. I'm getting confused. Okay.
Yeah, just to show how much mana you've spent so far for each hero, you're supposed to put the card on top, which we forgot after just explaining that. So this is Sakoshi spending 2 mana to try a Hurricane Strike, which is deal 2 damage to a target adjacent enemy. If the caster has moved 4 or more hexes this turn, repeat the effect on a different adjacent target. Do you have anything to throw on the stack to prevent that?
No.
So she could do crazy stuff. If she had a card that like moved me 1 space, she could like move me and then this would have fizzled. So it's like funny stuff like that. So I'll deal 2 damage to yes, this guy. Then 2 damage to this guy. Let's get rid of some minions.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to attack. I play. Yes. I will attack 3 with a card flip. Yeah, I will attack this minion. 3 card flip. It's a 0. Minion's gone. And he is exhausted. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, let's activate this guy, Forjoff. I've only spent 1 mana from him so far, so let's start. Yes. Playing Unfamiliar Terrain. Apply fast to the caster, then apply slow to an enemy hero within 3 hexes.
Nope, that's fine.
Okay. Fast. And then I apply slow. Are we limited to the tokens?
So that just cancels out that, I guess.
Yeah, so.
No, they're 2-sided.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. I just put them in piles so we can see the difference. Yeah.
So then I will apply slow to. Okay. So this cancels out, so I still have 3 points of movement. So then I've spent now 2 mana. All right. So let's do. Yep. Let's do an skirmish first. 2. Skirmish here for 0 plus card flip. 3. Oh, sorry.
Yep.
So 3 on.
3.
You have a shield.
Oh, yeah. 1 armor.
Okay, that. Then I will do a move of 3. 1, 2, 3 because these cancel each other out. And then I will do an attack. It's range, but doesn't matter. I'll do an attack of 3 plus card flip on this minion. 3. So that is him done. When he's exhausted, these conditions go away.
All right. I will activate Akuti. She's going to attack this minion here. 2 with card flip. Well, 3 total. It's for him. You will lead off the top of the deck. And you will skirmish against the bear. 0 plus card flip. 3.
Okay, he has 1, so he'll take 2.
The move. Yep. Yeah, she'll just move. Yeah, because I didn't do that move. So
Nope.
Okay, and she's exhausted. Loses slow.
Okay. I only have Coltic left. 1. So he's melee. What do we want to do here? We are definitely going to lead off the top of our deck. That. So I have 2 more actions. I will, skirmish. 1, 2. So 0 plus card flip on this guy right here. Nothing. And then I will attack minion for 3 plus card flip.
Yep. Okay.
For 6. Well, that's a big hits that go to the minion. And that is 3 actions for him.
Okay, Haborat. He is going to skirmish. Move 1. Move 1. He'll skirmish against the bear. 0 plus card flip. 0. I will spend a mana from him to apply fast to the caster, and then you may remove a condition from them. So, fast. Is then going to attack the bear.
Sure. Oh, where's skirmish?
Yep. That's okay. I'll try the crippling precision again. So this guy gets +1 on his attack. And 2 card flips. I'll take the 3. So it's 5 + 3 is 8 on the bear. And he's also now slow.
Okay, and I have 1.
See, I keep messing that up. Losing damage. Okay. So he skirmished, he attacked, and now he is going to move to and exhaust fast.
Okay.
And that is that.
That is that.
So a minion phase.
Yep. We'll determine lane 1.
All right. Who's there of mine?
I have this guy there.
The lead cards.
Oh, that's great. Off the deck.
3, 4, 5.
Okay, and 3, 4, 5.
So it's a tie. It doesn't move. No damage is dealt. All right, sweet. Then we go to control point 2.
Who do I have there? I have this guy there.
She has a lead, random lead. 3 off the top of the deck.
Oh, 2.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I guess that's
a tie.
It's a tie.
All right. Then the dome, which I'm there by myself, 1 point versus 0. So I will control the outsider. He's going to attack.
Staying where you were?
I think I need to. I think I can attack her anywhere because I can't fit here because these heroes are blocking this, which I was going to try to leave open, but your bear kind of was further away for skirmish double damage stuff. But yeah, we'll just keep him there. I could still pierce. Yeah. So first we'll attack 3 plus card flip, and we can't play hero cards in the minion phase. That's a thing I probably didn't state. That's why I'm just kind of rolling through this. So it's 2, 5 damage.
1. So it takes 4. She's dead.
Oh.
So she's exhausted. So she won't come in round 3. She'll come in round 4.
So like Mel said before, you put the hero on the round track. So when the round hits that spot, the hero will regenerate at the Nexus, full health, ready to go back at the home base. But for now, we'll just leave and go on the card and kind of stay there out of play exhausted, not to be dealt with.
And you get to draw a card.
And oh yes, and my deck is out, so I will quickly shuffle. And
yeah, that was a huge misplay that I did. I mean, I think after I saw it, I should have went to this cover space, so this guy wouldn't have been able to target me.
I didn't understand what you were trying to do. I was like, is she just baiting me to
I was.
Want to use this guy?
No, I was at first in my head. I was thinking then you would have to come this way to get me if you wanted to take me out with your actual hero. But I should have just went in this cover space. I think you still would have. I don't know. You would have went with your hero instead.
Another thing on that round, I don't know if you caught it, but what I was trying to do with this girl was the Birdman here. I put slow on him, and I purposely blocked this hex because you would have to go around and only moving one space. You wouldn't be enough to add your control in.
Which is why I had to play fast.
Yeah, and I was like, damn it, you have an answer to get rid of that condition. So there's like little things you do with the cards and stuff that's like blocking and positioning I like a lot.
I did think about if I didn't play the card, just going in here and trying to control the dome, but then I thought that I would lose control of this.
That's what I thought you would have done. But I was like, okay, if you take the dome, whatever.
That was my next
All right, so I draw a card. Oh, this should be shuffled into there. So drew a card, sorry, and that was for defeating a hero. Also, another way to draw cards. So we draw 2 at the end of every round, but the other way you can draw cards, if you do any damage to a tower, you get to draw 2 cards. And if you defeat an opponent's hero, you get to draw a single card. Logatori hit that one right on the nose. Yeah, it's great. It gives me that like LCG feel, but with the miniatures and the board game map stuff, like that combination of board game and competitive card game. But both of them aren't too complex. Like, it's not like taking a full fledged out serious competitive card game mixed with a full miniatures wargaming game. It's like a medium weight of both of those kind of mixed together, which I like to create like basically an overall medium weight game, which I like. And the play length usually and stuff, what we found is really quick, really fast, and lots of quick, clever play. I like it.
And I guess maybe some people that are new to the channel may not know that we played competitive card games together and against each other.
Yep, we used to travel to tournaments. We've been to Gen Con, been to Fantasy Flight Games Worlds to play in different card events and stuff, national tournaments, continental tournaments.
Yeah.
We've streamed them on the channel. You've seen me playing in them. I've won a few. I've lost a few. Good times all around.
I won a few too.
Yeah, Mel has a few trophies around the house from winning store championship tournaments and stuff. So yeah, we've played the competitive scene. We met a lot of our friends and people from that scene. A lot of great people playing in those different metas and game communities. COVID has squashed all of that though. But yeah.
But now we can still play it in
But yes, this has that option. So if we were like playing this and we liked it a lot and we started getting all the expansions, building the decks, following the meta, reading the FAQs, reading the comprehensive rules, spending the time, we could then go to our local store and tell them, hey, host a tournament, get an organized play kit. We'll run a tournament, you know, we'll have some fun with it and give out prizes and all that stuff. It has all of that if you want to go that route. But again, friendly local game store, COVID, organized play, not really a thing right now.
Yeah.
Maybe when we get a vaccine going, we'll see. But
so you've only done one action with your outsider.
So, oh yeah, that's what I want to show. So I'm going to use these yellow tokens to mark that I have 1 point to the tamer. Defeat 2 enemy heroes using your outsider. Okay, so that's a way to mark 1 point for me.
Sure.
Double kill. Defeat 2 enemy heroes within the duration of a single hero action.
No, didn't do that yet.
And then we have this other one. Starting from the second turn, have 2 control tokens adjacent to enemy towers or nexus at the end of a turn, which I was sweating that would have happened.
Well,
it's hard trying to go for this when this is in play.
Yeah.
Like, I can't forget about this or I lose.
Yeah.
So it's like very stressful. It's a fine line to dance here. I don't know if I'm going to win with this way, but so far it's the one I'm closest to. I definitely don't have these closer to your towers. Killing 2 heroes at the same time, I definitely have to have 2 of your heroes like down very low to be able to go 1 shot, 2 shot.
Yeah.
And I think this is a better play with that. Getting heroes low is use him to do it. But that means I got to hold onto the dome while not losing the game first out here. I feel like it's going to happen first.
I don't know.
Yeah. But I don't think you're going to get to destroy my Nexus before I would get that done. But I think this could be done before that. But who knows? Okay. So I just did attack. Let's do 1, 2, 3. I will draw a power card. And I don't think there's anything else I can really do with him.
Perfect. That's exactly what I was doing.
Is that true, though? Am I only allowed to do each action once?
Oh, I think.
Or is it 3 points I can spend?
He has like a little section in the book that you...
So place the outsider figure following the placement rule written on its card. 2, activate the outsider by spending 3 action points using move, skirmish, or attack action, or the outsider skills. Each action or skill costs 1 action point, cannot be taken more than once. Once the activation is over, leave the outsider where it is, often overlooked. Heroes cannot play power cards during the menu phase. Okay. So we're done. All right. Then we go to discard all the power cards on our guys that we played. Okay, and then we draw 2 new power cards. Guard down if you have more than 6.
I do.
And ready up. Turn marker. Go ahead. Round 3.
Round 3.
Fight.
Okay. Now. Oh, sure. Sorry. Oh, we didn't spawn minions.
Oh, whoops. Yes.
Because we tied, that's why. So
Yeah. Whatever. It's got in the same spot again. I don't know how they...
No, one was. One has to go on here. I can't put one on there. So let's go...
You can go here, or here.
Let's go here. Okay. Let's go with Coltic here. I'm going to start off by playing Sacrifice first, which heal another target hero 4 HP. The caster loses 2 HP. I'm gonna attempt that. Target hero being this guy.
Hmm. Yeah, you're good.
Good? Okay, so he is going to heal him for 4. 4, and then he will lose 2.
Yes,
Well, but
weaken your
I
other
needed
heroes.
that guy not to
Yes.
be under
Yeah,
10.
of course. Of course.
Okay, so then I will start by doing I have to just start by bleeding from my hand. I will attack melee, so I'll attack a minion here for 3 plus card flip. 4. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
What are you trying to do?
Minion here. Attack.
No, you're good.
Okay, 3 plus card flip is 4 on that one. 2 actions. I'll do a skirmish. Move. Skirmish here for 0 plus card flip. 1. And then can move back. Okay, that is him done.
Okay. I will activate Ninja Star Man here. Sakoshi. He is going to start by playing a card for 2 mana. It's called Combustion.
Oh, I did that again.
Called Combustion. Defeat target minion, then deal 1 with a card flip piercing damage to each enemy adjacent hero. Hero adjacent to it. Anything?
No.
Okay. So I'll defeat this target minion here. Okay. Then 1 with card flip, piercing damage. So it's 3 piercing damage. So ignore his armor to both these heroes.
Okay. So 3. Oh, it was adjacent to the minion?
Yeah.
Cool.
Then let's just attack the other minion. 3 with card flip. 3 total. Then card attack. Lead from my hand. And then he will.
That's it, right? Because if you lead, that would be their 3rd action.
Only attacked.
Oh, attacked. Sorry, I thought you were saying skirmish.
Yeah, I've just
so you
attacked.
haven't done it. Yeah.
I played a card, which isn't an action.
Yep.
I've just attacked.
And now led. Okay, sorry.
Led. And I'll do a skirmish in here. And I'll skirmish against this guy. 0 plus card flip. 2. So 2 damage to your bird guy. I'll stay there. No other. I will move. So he's exhausted.
Okay. Let's go for Airman with slow. let's first melee.
Utor says, hiding in the bushes is good, both minions and heroes. I agree. It's something I forget a lot. I think about it almost every time I move. But then I look at who's around and who can just move and get you melee, or who can hit you range even because there's another guy adjacent to you. A lot of the times it doesn't, like, it's hard to use correctly, but it could force your opponent to waste movement to get things done.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Bear's gonna lead from deck. Okay. Then he is going to attack melee. So let's do this minion for 3 plus card flip. 4.
Which one? This one?
Yep. 2. Let's do a skirmish for 1. Skirmish, yeah. Card flip of 0 plus 3, yes. So that's
How much?
3.
2, 3.
Move with my last movement of the skirmish. Melee, so I feel like. Okay. And he didn't. Oh, I didn't actually move.
All right. Okay, I'll do a Kuti. He is going to play Combustion, which is the defeat a target minion, then deal 1 card flip piercing damage to each enemy hero adjacent to it.
Say that one more time, sir.
It's Combustion,
Oh,
the
same
same
one
one
again?
I played.
Yep.
Yeah, where it's gonna I'll target this minion on the thing.
And it blows up, and it gets rid
It
of
defeats
things.
him,
Yep.
and then deals 1 with card flip piercing to your bear
To my
guy.
hero. Yep.
He's defeated.
And
And 1 with card flip. It's 2 piercing. Okay. And we will attack this one. Range, yeah. We'll attack this one for 2.
And cover doesn't mean anything for minions, right?
It does. It does.
Yeah.
Yes, they're in a bush.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't think you can.
Okay, so I will skirmish 1. Skirmish on this guy.
Mhm.
3 blocks 1, 2.
Yep.
And then I will let's move 1 more from the skirmish. One more from this. So I'll move there and then to there. All right, then I will attack. I will just attack. Is not this guy.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'll attack this guy. Good.
Yep.
2 with card flip.
Mhm.
2. So skirmish, attack, card, lead, top of deck. Exhausted. Your turn.
Okay. Well, I only have one option here, I think.
2 cards in your hand.
No,
That's 2 options.
These cards aren't helping me.
And you gotta win the big guy and let you draw more cards.
No. I mean, Yeah, I'll say what I mean in one sec. I just want to make sure that I'm... Big trouble I'm in. Still have who to activate?
Haborat and Yami. So these two.
Okay. Let's go. Let's go with... Let's attack here. Guys on this one?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's attack that guy for 3 plus card flip. Oh, are you okay with that? 4. Let's skirmish. Or move 1. Hit here 0 plus card flip. 1. Okay. And then second movement of my skirmish will go back here. And then I will lead off the top of my deck. Actually, mark here. Oh, I am. But I don't want to. Move, and I don't need to. Okay.
All right. A move with Habarat 1. Play skirmish. 2. Skirmish against the bear. 0 plus card. 0. Then I will attack him with melee. Good. 4 with 2 cards. I will choose the +1, not the +2. So I will do 5 damage.
Okay.
1 shield, right? So he's
Yep.
down to 1 health. Okay, perfect. That was close. Okay. Then I will move.
Did you not already move?
No, I skirmish.
Oh, skirmish.
I'll go back into the skirmish attack move. He's done. And then I will activate Yami, who is slow. That's okay. We will melee. So I will use 1 of her mana to apply fast and remove a condition.
Okay.
We can move up to 5 hexes now. 1, 2, 3. I will really could skirmish that far. 2, like that. Not enough. So I will move 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I will attack bird guy. 2 with the card flip.
Yep.
4 damage. And then I will skirmish the Birdman. 0 plus card flip. 2. He is exhausted. And loses fast.
Okay. Is that?
All right. Control token 1.
Who's
There.
there?
This guy.
Skytear.
So I have 5 on my side. You have 5 on your side.
Yep.
So it ties. Defense. All right. Number 2.
This is coming from the top of my deck, so I don't know what the heck this is.
Same. 3.
Oh,
Nice.
no.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I have 1 point, so I'll destroy this minion. I'll move the token on this.
Okay.
Now we respawn minions. Oh, there. Right, the dome. I got it. So I'll activate the big dude. I'll move him here. You'll look at your bear, and he will attack. 3+ card flip. 6.
Got it.
And we kill this guy.
Oops, sorry.
Oops. And then I get my 2nd point on the tamer. Defeat 2 enemy heroes using an outsider. Done.
Yeah, there's nothing I could do.
So it immediately stops once one of these victory conditions or multiple were satisfied at the same exact time. Right there it ends. So boom. That's that.
Yep.
So it was risky.
No, I knew you had it because there's nothing I could do with this guy.
Yeah, but like I had to control the control points just enough. Like this one, if I lost this by 1, it would have been adjacent.
But not both.
But it's still hard because on this side is where I had my guy in the Nexus or in the dome. So I wasn't having him leading or killing or committing.
Yeah.
Your minions got a little out of control here. So like I risked it that you could just push up the 2 tokens and win on this card adjacent. And I was going the more long-term one of weakening 2 heroes, even a 3rd hero I was trying to weaken just in case you ran away and hid in bushes and stuff like that. That's why I moved her up to be like adjacent to this guy. So even if he's in a bush, I could bring the outsider here as a backup plan to try to kill the other guy if possible. But I had to be careful that you didn't just move me out of the dome or something weird.
Yeah, I didn't have anything that could help me. Like I didn't see only the 1 heal card I saw.
Which is good. I was worried about the healing being a thing. So I was like, this could totally blow up in my face if you just kept healing your guys.
No.
But yeah, Sean's here. Hey, Rob and Mel, just popping in to say hi. Late live stream due to work. Catch you in the VOD. Awesome, Sean. No worries. Thank you for watching. We are going to take a couple minute break, and then we're going to play again. But this time, we're going to use the worship action. We're going to play the full rules. We're going to redraft heroes, or redraft factions. We're going to play a 2nd game, and using the whole faction abilities, the worship actions, and that kind of stuff. So you'll see how crazy this game can even get beyond that, and the whole restriction of playing cards only with heroes. So we're going to use the other side of the hero cards. So this guy, for example, can only play cards with green mana or red mana. So he's like restricted. So when you start to know the heroes, you can know what their weakness is and whatnot maybe. But yeah, we'll figure that out. So we're going to reset. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Okay. Plugged in?
Yep.
Okay, so what we're going to do in this second setup, we're going to do something a little weird. We're going to just take out these 3 victory conditions we just played with last, and we're not going to put them back in the deck and shuffle and draw new ones. We're going to leave these out so that you guys can see some different ones to see how crazier the game can get, I guess, or how different each play could be. Just to get an idea. And so you don't see the game end in kind of like the same way. Not that it would. I'm sure we wouldn't get all 3 of those again exactly. And again, it might have won with one of the different 3 conditions or the main condition of destroying your opponent's nexus. We're going to play the normal game now where we're playing with the other side of the hero cards that have abilities, have restrictions on cards that can play, and you're going to see the worship action and effect, which is a little more complex to the game, which is why they leave it out for the learning game, which we just played. I just shake these up. I don't know.
Is there a difference, really?
I don't know. It just says in the new book to like, or the new rules to random. Pick my hand, left or right?
Left.
Left. So
okay.
it's 1
no
and 2
different.
again. No change. All right. So I don't know. You're supposed to do those randomly now before seeing your victory conditions, but the first one we're going to see is Siege. So reduce the enemy towers down to a total of 4 HP or less. Okay. So they're both at 5 HP, so that's 10 total. So if you can reduce them down to 4 total, instant win. Tactician. Oops. Win the lead of a control token 6 times. So we'll track that with the little add-on tokens we have. So we put yours on here and put mine on here to kind of track how that's going. Okay. Winning control points. I assume is this also?
Yeah, that's a token.
Yeah. Okay. And the third and final victory condition for today's second game. Skytear Master. Win the lead of a control token inside a dome 3 times. Dun dun dun. So now the value of this whole little battle just went up. But also leads into this. But this goes against this, because if you're not focusing out here destroying towers, you're not going for this, and then you're not maybe going towards the Nexus defeat for that win condition. So yeah, this is like all different. I think we've seen this one before, but we've never played with these ones yet.
No.
Woo, spicy. I like it. Okay. There. Or not. Here. Okay. Right. So now let's draft factions, I believe. I don't know if the order matters at this point, but again, the setup, I always forget. There's like an order to it. Like I could set up the game, no problem, but I'm going way past it. So determine first player. Okay.
That's heads?
Heads. Heads or tails?
Heads.
It's tails. So I will choose to go second. So you get this first card again, this Skytear Flux card, the next non-ultimate power card. I forgot to mention ultimates. We never talked about them really because I figured I would when we saw one played. We haven't seen one played yet, but the next non-ultimate power card costs 1 less mana. This is yours to play once per game when you feel necessary. Flip it once it's used. But the ultimate cards, for example, for green here, there is one card that has to come with each hero that has their logo here on the top. So this card can only be played by whatever his name is. I forget his name. Voltic. On his turn by that symbol also. So an ultimate can only be played by that hero, but it's usually like a super crazy powerful, like game-changing effect. So you have to A, have it in hand on time. The character has to have at least 3 mana to spend. So you can't even play it on round 2 by reducing it with that, because that doesn't affect ultimate cards. Yeah. So you have to, you won't see those character ultimates played until round 3, 4, or 5, which is neat. It's kind of a build up. So you might have to hold it for a while. Maybe you draw it just in time. Maybe you use it earlier. Maybe it gets discarded. Who knows? Like what happens there. So with you going first, the mana counter set to 1.
Yep.
You're going to draft. You pick a faction first. So we're playing the drafting faction, not drafting heroes specifically. So pick a color. What do you want? What do you want to try this game?
Red.
Red. Okay, you take red. I will take...
Oh, I'm supposed to place my heroes, right?
Oh, yeah. Place your heroes around the Nexus.
Okay.
I'll take yellow. And I will
Oh,
take...
yeah, you get to take 2.
Oh, yeah, let me place my yellows. I mean, I like what these guys did on the right side. Last game worked good. And then I'll take the heroes. So Habarat and Akuti. So we play at the other side of the card. Steam health. 18. And we'll explain the faction abilities in a second, but you'll see more tokens and stuff. So we get all the yellow cards. Those are going to make part of my deck. These guys we'll put out here. Back here. And never played with green before. I'll just try them out. So I'll place guys this side. We'll get Takali and Coltic. Okay. Tokens, 16 health, and 18. All right. So, let's explain the different. Let's explain the worship action period. All right. So on here, so we'll look at the blues reference card, for example. So there's also a 5th action you can take on the hero's turn as one of the 3 actions you can choose, or 3 action points you can spend. The 5th option is called Worship, which is unique to each faction, which is why they each have a card. So for blue, they're shapeshifters. So they can apply their faction symbol token here, this blue token, to one of their characters, and they would become shapeshifted. And you have to spend an action to worship to do that. But there's more to the worship action, where once these guys are shapeshifted, so this guy turns into full bear, I guess, he now can do this effect next to, or he gets this ability or whatever next to the shapeshifted symbol. So his skirmish actions don't hit a chosen hero and hit all enemy heroes in this AoE field. I don't know, we don't really have a token. I guess you'd use this one if you needed a token. So he could do a skirmish if he was standing here against all the heroes that are in these 3 adjacent spaces instead of just one adjacent enemy hero. So again, that's all like positioning dance of setting that up for the right time. But also he has a passive ability up here that says Feral Majesty. Guljabarn, however you say it, has +1 skirmish damage for each friendly shapeshifted hero within 3 hexes. I believe that counts himself. So obviously if you buy expansions, you have more of these, you build a whole blue team that's all shapeshifting. You can really get nuts with him skirmish. He's like skirmish master guy here, and get pretty powerful. This is the type of hero he is. I don't remember what all these types are, but the only thing I know is mages that have the fire symbol. They have permanent piercing. They don't care about armor. So, but everything else at this point in the game, I don't think has any special abilities based on that. But there might be expansion cards and stuff that matter based on the hero's type.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe like, you know, you play this and it buffs all certain type of heroes. But we're going to just ignore that. That's a specific hero type. And then he's allowed to play green mana cards and blue mana cards, even though he's from the blue faction. But the bottom stats are the same as we just played in the game using the other side of the card for the basic game. We're playing the more advanced. This is the normal way the game is played. And that's shapeshifted. The other thing with shapeshifted, you don't have to just turn yourself shapeshifted. He could, within 3 spaces at range and line of sight, could turn his other guy into shapeshifted from the same faction. Also, they could spend an action to worship at the end of the turn and exhaust before becoming shapeshifted. Because remember, with condition tokens, when there's a condition token on your character, as soon as you exhaust, you lose all the conditions. So that would suck to become shapeshifted on a turn, waste a whole worship action on it, and then not be shapeshifted next turn. So you could do an action of exhausting and becoming shapeshifted at the same time, so the token doesn't disappear, and you'll be shapeshifted for the next turn. Which matters for a guy like Korjoff here, who, if you see his shapeshifted action, it says Shape of the Clod. Korjoff has +1 attack and becomes melee. So he would get 4 melee attack if he was shapeshifted. And when Korjoff activates, so again, he'd have to be shapeshifted from either another player after he becomes exhausted, or do that exhausted and shapeshifted action at the same time. And then when he activates, he becomes fast. So he can get some extra movement and basically get really melee dirty and fly around the board kind of idea, kind of thematic. He has a Sentinel ability. Friendly shapeshifted heroes within 3 hexes get +1 skirmish damage. So that could make him even better at skirmishing. So they kind of work together. Makes sense. So that's that whole shapeshifting thing. So technically, I think you'd only ever need 2 of those tokens, but they give you a whole whack of them in the core set. So if you do get expansions, I don't know if they probably don't give you any more in the expansions, maybe. But you could have a whole team of blue guys all shapeshifting each other, I guess. I guess both sides could probably... I don't know if there's enough blue heroes, but you are, if another player has a collection of this game, you're allowed to have in competitive and like playing normally, I could have my own bear and bird guy on my side if I had my own collection of Skytear stuff. So we could have literally 4 heroes shapeshifting on both sides playing together.
These only work for friendly. You only
I know, but I'm just saying, like, for token-wise, you would shapeshifting all over the place could be a thing.
Yeah.
But right now, shapeshifting, only these 2 characters in the base set can shapeshift.
Yep.
That is a blue faction ability kind of thing. The next one for green, let's say here, they have pillars. So these pillar tokens, I think in the rule book, by default, they're limited to 1 pillar token on the board per character that you have from that faction. But in the living rules, it says they're unlimited. So you can throw pillars everywhere. Pillars go on the board. They have to go in an empty space, I believe. So when you worship, so if I take the worship action with the green faction, I can remove a pillar to trigger the skills with the worship icon next to them. And then I can place a pillar in a target hex within 3 hexes. So obviously the first worship, there's no pillar out there. So you're going to have to put one down before you can then remove one to trigger off an ability. And then it says, while heroes have line of sight to a friendly pillar, their skills with the pillar icon are active. So if I had a pillar here, and I'm in line of sight of it within 3 spaces, not blocked by a white line from the dome, I would get, let's see, Koltik's card here. So Koltik would get the ability, Koltik has +1 armor if he's within line of sight and range from a pillar. And then the worship action, if I destroy a pillar, I get to do Strength of the King. Koltik may remove any number of friendly pillars. He gets +1 skirmish damage for each pillar removed this activation. So I could build up pillars all game and then just blow them up and get a whole bunch of extra skirmish damage and do that. But the original way the game worked, with only 2 of these guys in the core set, the most I could destroy is 2 in a turn, and he just gets +2 skirmish damage. Kind of lame. But if you want to build up for a few rounds, get pillars all over the place, and you don't destroy them, then yeah, we could blow them up that way. Pillars. You can destroy pillars and illusions, right?
Illusions, yep.
Yeah, okay, so pillars. What else do we have here for the pillars? Protective Right is the ability here from Takali or whatever. Black Takali. Protective Right during the hero's phase, when a friendly minion adjacent to a pillar would lose HP, you may prevent the loss and lose that much HP instead. And then if she destroys a pillar on her worship action, she could do Life Force Infusion, heal a friendly hero adjacent to the removed pillar for 1 plus a card flip bonus HP. Okay, so she's like a healer. This guy's got skirmish stuff with a little bit of armor action happening there. Okay, so that's the whole pillar thing with the green faction. The yellow faction, they have what's called illusions. So they have these little tokens, and they're the same as their health trackers, but these are black and white. So they're like illusions of themselves they put on the board. So you can move an illusion token up to 3 spaces or 3 hexes from the owner of the illusion or from the current illusion's position. So if I don't have any illusions on the board with Habarat here, I could spawn an illusion and make it move up to 3, or place it up to 3 spaces or whatever.
In line of sight? Or no?
Oh, move the illusion token from, yeah. No, it just says up to 3 hexes. So I could just move it up to like 3 hexes away or whatever. And that's that. And then projected heroes effects refer to friendly Nupton heroes within line of sight to illusion. So the difference on these guys, it has that little picture of the token I just placed. So he has Way of the Rogue at the bottom of the card there. When a projected hero damages an enemy minion with an attack action, you may move them 1 hex. So what a projected hero is just means a hero from that faction within 3 spaces line of sight from this token. So if this hero, who Akuti, she's like here, because she's near that, I have to reference this guy's card, who has that symbol on it, and if she damages an enemy minion with an attack action, she may move 1 hex. So she gets this ability just by being near that illusion. And yes, you can attack these. They have, just like minion, they have 1 health, 0 armor. Same with the pillars, can be attacked with an attack action. Not a skirmish, just an attack action to get rid of them. Well, we got Habarat here. Let's see. His passive ability, Outnumber. Habarat has +1 attack while attacking an enemy that's adjacent to his illusion. So you want to place these illusions in the correct spots. So on my second turn, if I did a worship and this was out here, I can move it up to 3 hexes from where it is, or I can reset it back to him and move it up to 3 different spaces away from them. So you got to like manage your illusion tokens where they are to line up with your abilities. And Akuti, her passive ability is when Akuti resolves an attack action, she may deal 1 plus card flip damage to an enemy minion adjacent to her illusion. So she attacks minions. The other guy gets attacking enemies, gets extra attack. So they get beefier if they get their illusions up in your face. But again, your enemy could attack those illusions. But is that worth the attack action? Who knows? And then Resonant Light. Projected heroes have +1 armor. So if you're in line of sight within 3 spaces and you're from this faction, you're near Akuti's illusion, you will have +1 armor. Okay, so that's that faction. And red. So they have this whole marked ability. Thank you. They can mark opponents with their little token. So each faction gets like a token to play with, is basically what their worship ability is. So these tokens work different. You can mark an enemy hero. So she could do a worship action. You mark 1. So let's say you marked Kali, whatever, up to 3 spaces away, I believe. Apply marked to target enemy hero. Yeah, target. So they got to be within 3 spaces, line of sight. You can mark a hero. And then it says trigger the skill where the worship icon next to it. So you could like remark somebody, but as you see here, the ability from Sakoshi, after he marks somebody, you deal 1 with a card flip damage to an enemy minion adjacent to the marked hero. We can do a little bit of minion damage. And then Yami says after you do her marked, you can place Yami adjacent to the marked hero and deal 1 damage plus card flip to them. So again, you can't mark somebody who you can't target.
Right.
So you have to have line of sight. And then Yami's passive is Deathly Touch. The first time Yami moves through an enemy minion, each activation, deal 1 plus card flip damage to it. And then Sakoshi has Eagle Eye. Sakoshi has a line of sight toward any marked enemy within 3 hexes. So even if Yami marks them, or they marked on a previous turn, after they exhaust and they still have the mark on the next turn, he has line of sight as long as they're within 3 hexes. So even, I'm assuming, if they're hidden,
Yeah, or if
they're in the dome, yeah. So I think that breaks that, which is kind of neat. That's how marked works. Yeah. So these are yours, and we got our cards. We got to shuffle our decks. And again, if you have any questions, drop them in the chat. Let us know. And we'll try to answer them but to the best of our knowledge. But again, we're still kind of newbies to this game. We've only been playing for a few days. And have only a few games under our belt.
You just need 2 more minions on the side.
I need 2 more minions. All right. Let's get back. And again, if you missed earlier in the stream the how to play, where we went over all the rules, there is a like 15 or 12-minute video or whatever linked down in the video description that you can go on to the publisher's YouTube page and watch like a good quick and dirty how to play if you want to like watch along and understand better what's going on, or if you're watching this later and you missed that part, or you want to go watch the VOD after the fact, the archive video, go check that out. Will make a little more sense probably.
All right. That's good. And then 6. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, 6 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
Mulligans. Okay.
You're good?
Think so.
Okay. Great. Start here. Kashi. They're going to move for 3. 2, 3. Then I will skirm. Three. We'll move there. Then I will attack at range. So I will go for this one for 3 plus 2 card flips. So 4. Both the same. 4 on that one. And then, oh, sorry. Then I will lead from my hand. It is done.
I'll do a Kuti. 1, 2, 3. Remove. She will worship. And she'll put her illusion here. Then she'll attack. She will attack minion here with 2 plus card flip. Four. And then her retribution, when Akuti resolves an attack action, she may deal 1 plus card flip damage to an enemy minion adjacent to her illusion. So I'll do 1 plus card flip is 1. Alright. Move, worship, attack. Done.
All right, let's go. Okay, so let's move for 1, 2, 3. Let's skirmish 2. There's no hero to attack. Then let's attack a minion. Let's attack check this one for 2 plus card flip. Is that okay? Sorry, 3.
Oh yeah.
That is that.
This. Oh yeah.
Nope.
Oh. Okay. Two for skirmish. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, this is actually not a word.
Oh yeah, yeah. Whoops.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm
No,
moving
that's
around
okay.
that.
Yeah.
1, 2. Two, 3. I'm gonna do a range attack on your guy. 3. And then I'm gonna lead from hand and exhaust. Go ahead.
Okay. Go with your man. Is going to move. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to lead. And I'm going to use my last action to worship. Exhausting as I do.
Shapeshift.
Shapeshift.
Okay. Hakuti. Oh, let's do Coltic. I'll go Habarat, sorry. 1, 2, 3. Then I will skirmish. Move out. Skirmish against this guy. +1 attack while attacking an enemy that is adjacent to its illusion. No, that's no. We'll skirmish him. One damage. And then is going to hack. For 4 plus 2 cards. Draw the 2 cards. Stack has begun. I guess I could place. No, you play first, I think. Have anything?
Sorry, I'm looking because now the colors matter.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. All right. 4 plus 2. 6 damage. Right. Yeah, move, skirmish, attack. Yep.
Okay. All right. Oh, that scared me.
Wow, True, thank you for subscribing.
Thank you.
Welcome to
Welcome.
Ron's Gaming Table.
Oh, that scared me. I'm awake. I'm awake.
Thanks for almost killing my wife. I'm just kidding.
Okay, let's go for a move. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. Let's do a let's lead from the top of my deck. And then let's do I'm going to just do my last action to exhaust and worship to shift.
Alright. Alright, cool tick. Let's say Coltic. 1, 2, 3. And we're gonna lead from hand. Yeah, let's throw a pillar down. Two, three.
What was the first action you did?
A move. Worship.
And a lead.
And a lead.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Yep.
Okay.
And exhaust. All right.
All right.
Control point 1.
Who do I have there? 1,
2, 3.
This one.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
Okay.
He's defeated. You move it up
Move
one this way.
One this way. We'll spawn new guys. Mark. Okay. Oh, that came off the deck as hers. That's too bad. Okay. 2?
2, yeah.
Who do I have here? This guy?
All right, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yep. 4. So you win
Okay.
by 3.
1, 2. There. Where's this guy? He was on it.
Yep.
So he's still within range, so we don't have to readjust him.
Okay.
Spawning.
Marker there.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And center.
It's you.
Let's do this guy. Put him possibly like this. Yeah.
How we do it here asking, is this the deck building area control game? Yes?
Yes.
It's the like tabletop MOBA inspired Skytear where yes, there is deck building, but we're playing with the pre-set decks for the heroes. We're drafting only by faction. But yes, you can deck build 6 different decks, come with 6 different heroes, draft from your heroes to get your party of 4 based on your opponent's drafting. There is expansions that lots of card variability to that deck building, but you can build out of the core set and try to deck build a little bit, I believe, if you wanted to build for each hero. But you kind of need expansions to get really into the deck building side of it. But yes, you can totally customize your deck per hero. And then yes, we're trying to area control points, do a little tug of war on the game and destroy your opponent's nexus. Heavily influenced by Magic the Gathering and League of Legends, or MOBA style games.
Okay. So let's first start by doing the Divine Conduit. Target friendly hero takes a worship action. So I'll target this as my friendly hero. He'll take a worship action, which I first have to mark. So I apply marked to a target enemy hero. Let's do that on this guy with the 2 swords.
Habarat?
Yes, please. And then when I do that, I deal 1 damage to an enemy minion adjacent to the marked hero. Oh, sorry, 1 plus card flip. Okay. So we'll do that. 1 plus 2. Okay, that's action 1. Let's do. Let's do an attack of 3 on her. 3? Yeah, that works. So 3 plus card flip. 3.
Yes. Armor. Yeah, she's near her token. 1 armor.
Okay.
So 2.
Okay. And then I'll do a shockwave for my 3rd action. Deal 0 plus card flip piercing damage to a target hero and push them 2 hexes. Let's do that to her as well. So 0 plus card flip piercing, 2. And then I push her to now I do get to place 1 here for the controlling that, and then 1 here for. Okay. That's that. So discard all power cards. Nobody power cards. Draw 2 new cards. And then discard down if you need to. 1.
I have 6.
Perfect. Ready, all exhausted.
Your turn.
Yep. Great. Having to watch these colors is annoying. Okay. Okay. Let's do Yami. Sure. He is going to do a move action. One. So that will do. I do all my movement first? and then we'll take care of that one. She does the first time Yami moves through an enemy minion, each activation deal 1+ card flip damage to it.
Yeah, I don't know. Do it however you want.
Okay, so let's just do 1, 2.
It would make a difference.
Yeah. So then 1+ card flip to this one as I move through. 2.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
You gotta move through my guy though.
Huh? I did. Oh, that's my guy. Shoot, sorry, because the last time they were your guys. Okay, sorry. Then I'll do 1, 2, and do it there. Sorry.
Here, right?
Oh, okay.
Do it again.
1, 2, 3. Sorry about that. Because you were them last time. Sorry. Okay, so that was 1. Let's do action 2 to do an attack here of 2+ card flip. Good?
Mm-hmm.
4. Then we're gonna lead. 3.
Okay. Okay. We'll do Coltic. 1 cards. 1, 2, 3. He will skirmish. Okay, he's got pillars out here. Skirmish. 1, 0 with card flip. -1.
Ooh.
And he'll move here. Part of the skirmish. And then he will lead. And he's exhausted. Go ahead.
Okay. Oshi, this one here. Are going to start with. So I will worship. So I will place a mark on Voltic. And when I do that, I deal 1+ card flip damage to an enemy adjacent to the marked hero. I will.
I'll play a card from Coltic using 1 mana. Safeguard, adjacent friendly minions can't be damaged. But you still will, like, you flip, I play this, they can't be damaged, you try to damage them.
Okay, so
I'm sure that's how it works.
Okay. And that
this stays right here.
Yep, no worries. And are they can't be damaged the whole.
Yeah, this, I don't know if it's like just for an activation. I think, right, all cards last till the end of an activation.
Okay.
I would assume.
Yeah.
That's what
I think unless it specifies.
Does anyone know in the
chat
for sure? No, I don't think it's end of the round. I think it says something like unless otherwise stated. I think it's till end of the activation.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. I think it's unless it's otherwise stated till the end of the round.
Power cards. Right, just quickly looking at the power cards in the rulebook. Playing the stack stuff. I don't know. I'm not sure where it was, but I feel like we read that, or it was in the FAQ or in the how to play video or something. I thought it was for a whole activation, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, because I feel like, yeah.
I feel like they're good till the end of an activation, I thought.
So it's over now.
Well, when your guy's done activating, you've exhausted him.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
it's over.
Okay. Okay. So then if that's the case, so I worshipped. Let's do...
Yeah, because otherwise, how would the cards work that you play that give +1 attack to an attack in a skirmish or whatever if it wasn't good till the end of an activation?
Yeah. Then I can't target, or they can't be damaged if I were to target them with an attack.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
So I spent the mana to play that card, so I would assume it lasts just as long as any other 1 mana card.
Okay, so then let's do an attack on Voltic here for 3 + 2 card flip.
Yep.
Go ahead. Go with the +2, so for 5.
That's 1 armor, so 4.
Okay, so that's 2 action, and then I will take a lead action off the top of my deck. It's 3.
All right, let's go with Habrat right here. He is going to worship. Right there. Then he will attack. So, his passive is his +1 attack while attacking an enemy that's adjacent to his illusion. So I'm going to attack and try to target Buddy. On 2.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh boy.
Sorry. Oh yeah. No. Sorry. Never mind. Wrong color.
Okay. So yes, I'm gonna attack 2 card flips. You said okay.
Yep.
So it is an attack of 5.
+1.
+1. Yes, 6.
6.
Sorry.
And he has no damage.
Okay. Then he is going to skirmish. 1 skirmish of 0 plus card flip. 1. Then yes. I'm gonna try to play a card to I'll try to play for 2 mana from him. Hurricane Strike, deal 2 damage to a target adjacent enemy. If the caster removed 4 more hexes, repeat the effect on adjacent target. I'm not going to do that part, but 2 damage on this guy. Nothing?
Nope.
That's his bent. I've
It's a
attacked, I've skirmished, I worshipped, and I played a card. Definitely reaction. Mark goes away.
And you get to draw a card.
Oh, and I draw a card. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Sorry, to make sure I do everything in the correct order. Oh, sorry. So now friendly shape-shifted heroes within range 3 get skirmish. Okay, and then Korjov has +1 attack and becomes melee, and he's fast. So let's do 4 or 5. Move. His range. Oh, no, I don't. Okay, then I will play for 2 mana from him. I will play Presence. The caster contributes 1 extra control value this turn, and then I can predict 2.
Okay.
So I can look at them and either put them back on the top or discard them?
Yep. Like 1 on the top, 1 in the discard, both on the discard, both on the top, any order.
Okay, I'm going to put them back like that. Then I'm going to lead with him, so 2 actions. Lead with him from top of my deck. Then I will attack. He has range, so I'll attack here. It's 4 plus card flip. 5, 6. Oh, I keep pointing. Sorry. Will exhaust, blue shapeshift, and oh, I keep doing that. Sorry.
Okay, we'll do a Kuti. We will go. One, two, three. We will attack. Yeah, she'll attack. Guy's not in a bush, right? 2, 3.
Yep.
2 in card flip.
Mm-hmm.
4. And then she will lead. And lead attack. Is it. Oh, yeah, she's exhausted.
Okay. Okay. Let's do a move. 1, 2, 3. Then we're going to do a skirmish here for 1 move so far.
Mm-hmm.
He gets +1 skirmish damage for each friendly shapeshifted hero within 3 hexes. He's not shapeshifted. Never mind. So just him. And then, oh, that's only when I do this. Or is it
No,
whenever
it's
he
while
has
you're,
it?
it's
Oh,
while
okay.
you're shapeshifted, you have that
Oh,
ability.
okay, perfect. So he has an AoE attack. So his skirmish action, do not hit a chosen target and hit all enemies in the AoE instead. So, and that AoE would just be these two.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm doing it for 2 because he has +1. Or 1, sorry, plus card flip on either one.
Yep.
Do I flip 2
One
cards?
card, one card.
One card.
Just affects both.
Please be. Oh, it's nothing. So it is just 1 on both.
Are they adjacent to her thing and all have 1 armor? Yeah, they're both in range. They're see her thing, so they get 1 armor each. So
oh,
it's
I
blocked.
didn't even know that. Okay, okay, that's fine. And then we'll do that to come back in here. And then...
Unless he's the mage guy that's got piercing. Oh, I think it's only on attack, though. I'm
that's
not
this
sure.
guy. Oh, that's this guy. I always
I
forget
think it's
that.
any damage.
Yeah, then I'll lead from the top of the deck.
Okay. Okay. Let's go. Change. Yeah. She'll attack. 1, 2, 3. 2 in card flip. 3. He will. Move. We'll do 1, 2, 3 move. And then lead from the deck.
Well, we're both leading from the top of our deck in there, so it's going to come down to a draw on that one.
Yeah. Maybe. Probably not, though. Okay.
Or, like, I mean, whatever. Who
exhausted. All right, done.
Done.
Control.
1. Who is there?
Lead card.
Sure.
So 6. So you could do 6 damage. I have no minions. This blows up.
Yep.
Then I put 5 health on my Nexus.
So this moves 6 that way? Or no, because it still moves, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I think you go like right to there, I think.
Okay.
I think so. Like it stops when it gets adjacent to a tower, but you would have dealt damage first, it blows up the tower, so I believe it goes like right in here.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Put guys here. These guys are out of range. These guys closer.
Boom.
Okay.
All right.
And then I get to put.
This one over here.
Ooh, this guy's dead, so only this guy.
Lead. And lead under here. Sure. So obviously I'll choose a 3 to lead with. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
I think. Right?
3, 4, 5. No, you have 7.
7.
Because that guy's yours too.
Oh yeah.
Okay. 3, 4, 5, and then this gives him a second one, so I have 6. So
Perfect.
You have 1. So I will. That guy. Then you get control of that, so you get a token here, and then we will respawn.
Move.
Sorry,
damage the guy. Yeah, it's adjacent, so it's a move. Yep.
You get to respawn more guys.
Oh yeah, sorry, that's.
No, that's okay. Okay.
All right.
Dome time.
Yep.
Come down to this flip,
so
I think.
we each have a hero.
Yeah.
Each player leads. I got a 2. You got a 2. So we're tied. Nobody wins.
Dang it.
All right.
right.
Then we discard the power cards we've played. And we
Draw 2 cards. Oh, this guy didn't play his card because he was dead.
yeah.
Draw 2.
Card down if you're at 7 or
I
more.
don't think so. 6. Nope.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we move the round marker?
Yep. Okay. Wow. Tough. Let's go with Korjoff. He will lead from my hand. He will attack at range 3. He will attack here. Yeah, he'll attack here for 3 plus card flip.
Yep.
3. Okay, that's 2. And then I will skirmish. So I will 1. Let's attack here. He doesn't get a bonus from theirs, does he?
No.
Okay, so
only that faction benefits from their illusions, yeah.
Okay, so let's do 1 or 0 plus card flip here. 0. And then
Okay. Okay. Let's do Habarat. I'll play this card for 3 mana. For the 3, it's my ultimate, so he can play it. Blades of Lightning. When Habarat declares an attack action, deal 4 with 1 card flip damage to all enemies adjacent to his illusion. So unless you can stop that, that's in effect.
Yep.
I will then declare. Oh, I gotta move first. Worship, move it. I'll just skirmish against this guy. 0 plus card flip. 1.
Okay.
Then I will attack him, getting +1 attack because you're adjacent to my illusion. Oh, I guess I should do the 4 flip first. So I declared an attack. Do you have anything?
Oh, now I can because you moved. Sorry. Well, can he play this? Yeah. I will play Through the Eyes. Apply disarm to target adjacent hero. Sorry, because I couldn't play that originally because you were in 1 away.
Okay. So he's disarmed?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll do the 4 plus card flip, which I don't think is disarm just attack, or is it this like?
Good question.
Because this is just deal damage. Where is it?
I have 2 of them.
What did you do?
Disarm.
Attack and skirmish actions deal half of the damage rounded up before armor.
Okay, so this one will go through normal.
Yeah, so 4 and 1 card flip.
Yep.
So it's 5.
Okay.
Then the attack action is 2 cards. And +1, so it's 4. +1 is 5. Rounded half is 2.5. Rounded up is 3 damage.
Okay.
That's that. So he skirmished. He attacked. There's one more. Oh, sorry. To all enemies adjacent to his illusion. So this guy would have been adjacent to. And this guy actually, with 2 armor. What was it? 4 plus card flip was 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
So 2 armor, he would take 3 damage.
They don't give you anything to track those.
There is a token that came in this token pack of this guy actually to track his health.
Oh, but one token?
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's of all of the possible outsiders. Yeah, so all the possible outsiders. That's not it. Yeah, so technically we could.
Oh, to put on the track.
Yeah, yeah.
I see what you're saying. I was gonna say, how would you know that?
So he has 20 health.
And then you just.
So I did 3 damage to him.
Yeah.
So he's technically, yes, he can lose health.
What's in the thing? Is that the box?
Oh yeah, we can. Yeah. Thank you.
No problem.
I get what you're saying. Velko's asking, have you ever tried Star Wars Armada or X-Wing? Yes, we have X-Wing. I have played X-Wing casually, never played on the tournament scene, and stopped buying stuff when they started adding ships that weren't from like the original 3 movies. Because I was collecting it because the ships looked nice and everything, and was playing casually at home. But I've never gone to tournaments, and I didn't get into anything 2nd edition. But yeah, I've played X-Wing for sure. But not Star Wars Armada. I've watched tournament, like World Championship Star Wars Armada in person. I understand how it works. I had people explaining to me how it works. It seems really cool, but I have not played that, no. I can only sink my money into one money pit game with Star Wars miniatures, because that gets really expensive. But yeah. He has 1 action left. Still. Skirmish attack. Sorry. So will yes, just lead. No, we'll lead off top of deck. Go ahead. He's exhausted, and he loses this.
Okay. Go with Yami. Let's play Yank. Place the caster in any cover hex on the battlefield for 3.
Sure.
Okay. So, option is obviously coming here and getting involved here.
Yeah, correct.
Or coming up here and just trying to go for a win up here.
Yep, that's the dilemma. That's the dilemma.
But I think we're going to go for... We're going to go... Everything? Yeah. Do that. That's the right play, but we'll see. Okay. Then I will... Gmail. I will move 1, 2, 3. So for this one, it would be 1 plus card flip. Is that good? 3. Okay, that was 1 action. I will lead off the top of my deck. Worship, I have nobody to mark it. Okay. Cheat.
Okay. go.
Sorry, who is gone on your side? Just him? Yeah.
Think,
yeah,
yeah,
no,
just
I
this
just have the
guy.
extra exhausted because I have one dead. Yep.
Go with Akuti.
Mhm.
1, 2, 3. Actually, here. I will try to give her fast and remove a condition. 1 mana.
Yep.
Get your PR through white lines. So I have to get like on the other side of the white lines. Other.
Oh yeah, because this is a white line here, right?
Yeah,
to
yeah,
protect.
yeah. I don't think I can like shoot through this stuff. Because you have to count hexes. Alright, let's see. Dealing damage adjacent would work. Can't get involved in that thing because of the white lines. I think it kind of messes it up. You like literally have to be on this side to influence a token. So if that's the case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 movement with fast. Let's do. Yep, 1, 2 for skirmish. Then we will lead. Yeah, we'll just lead from the hand. Yep. Okay. Done.
Okay.
And loses fast.
Okay. Okay, let's. Okay. Great. Okay, he is going to move. Or no, actually, you can skirmish. 1, 2. And hit for 0 plus card flip of 1.
Armor.
Okay. And then I will attack for 3 plus card flip. I just want to quickly. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. 3 plus card flip of 1, 4.
4 on her.
Yep.
So 3 damage.
Yep.
13.
And then we are going to lead off the top of the deck. And then I have used all mine, so you get to go 2 back to back because I have a dead character.
Okay. So we'll do Kothic or Coltic. Sorry, Coltic. He will So 1, 2, 3 to move. Go through minions. He will attack your hero for 3 plus card flip.
Sorry, did I? 1. Will attempt. You have an action first, I guess, if you want to. Okay, I'll try to do that again. Through the eyes, apply disarm to adjacent enemy hero.
Okay. Yeah,
Yep.
go ahead. Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So he's disarmed.
So 3 plus card flip. It's 3, so it's 3 damage. Okay. Disarm to just attack.
I can skirmish.
Skirmish. Weak.
Well, he's hanging on for dear life.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll worship. There's no action. Oh, that work. Okay. He will just lead. Yeah, he'll lead from top of deck. I moved, I attacked, I led.
Okay.
Done. Then this.
And he loses both conditions.
Yes. Exhausted. I have a card under her. Hit on the wrong person. Should be this girl that went. Yellow girl went. She hasn't gone.
Oh,
yet.
yeah.
Okay. Now she will go. She will just. Do skirmish. Then she'll range attack. This guy. 2 plus card flip. 3. Then I hit this guy before leaving. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, and then I will. Let's do skirmish attack. Lead.
Not in range, if that matters.
Oh yes, she is. 1, 2, 3 to the control token.
To this. Don't you need to be to this?
No, to the control
to
token.
the control
we fight
token.
over control tokens.
Oh, right. Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking that. Yeah,
no,
you're right.
Control tokens we fight over for sure. Okay. I'm doing it all day. All right. Then I'll put that under the thing for lead. That's me. Exhausted. Okay. Control point 1. Right? Still number 1? Yep. So who's there? She's there. She's there. Let's see what we got.
Girl.
Nice. I'll choose a 3. So this one goes away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, I have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay, so you blow up a minion. It doesn't need to move because it's already adjacent to an axis.
Okay.
Gone.
So then we spawn minions.
Oh yes.
Me first, so here and here.
Okay. Control point 2.
Who do I have here? This guy.
Rot and
it's a 3.
Gold Dick. We'll
Oh,
take the 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay, and I have 3, 4, 5. So 1 goes away and 1
off the tower, which is over here.
Okay, and then you get
Bit. 1 on here.
And then minions.
Here.
Okay, and 3 is
You got it.
me. Right. Where do I want to move him? Okay, let's go. So I have some. Okay, let's go with. Go.
Boom.
Okay, let's do a target friendly hero can take a worship action. That we'll choose Korjoff and he'll just become
Perfect.
shapeshifted. Let's do a 3 damage attack.
Put a thing on here.
Oh yeah.
You have 2 times control the lead of the dome.
Let's do a 3 damage attack with a card flip on this guy. Okay. 3 plus nothing. So just 3 on this guy.
1, 2.
Okay.
It's at 12.
And then let's draw a card actually.
Okay, so clear power cards played, draw 2 new cards, discard if you're at 7 or more, ready up, and
he comes
push
back
this.
into the picture. So he goes on 15 and he
somewhere near your nexus.
Let's
Or
start
adjacent to it.
him. Okay. And I'm first. I'm gonna activate this guy because I'm gonna get toasted. So Korjoff gets +1 attack and becomes melee, and when he activates, apply fast. So let's just start with melee, and let's do a attack. Oh, I'm range. Let's do an attack on this one for 3 plus card flip.
Yeah, so let's go. Keep going.
4. Oh, sucks me. Okay. Friendly shaped heroes within range at +1. Okay, so let's do a skirmish where I'll do 1 skirmish damage here, get +1, so 1 plus card flip of 2, so that is 3 total here. 1 shield. And I will lead from the top of my deck. So we'll go.
Sorry. Let's just go. Akuti will activate. She is going to move 1, 2 as part of a skirmish. Yeah, she'll skirmish here. 0 plus card flip. 0. And then she will worship. And she'll put her worship illusion thingy here. And then she will attack. Attack. 1, 2, 3. This guy. Range 2 plus card flip. 3. Gets rid of that guy. And then she'll do her whole Deal 1 in card flip damage to an enemy minion adjacent to her illusion. 1.
Okay.
That's 2. Okay. Yeah, she is good.
Okay, let's go with Yemi. Let's start by doing... Okay, let's do a move. 1, 2. Stop there. So here we're going to do a 1 plus card flip.
You got it.
Of 3. Okay, move, and then we'll do a attack here, which is 2 plus card flip. 2. And we will lead from the top of the deck.
Okay. We'll go with Takali. She will. It's going to attack. We'll attack this guy right here. No. 1, 2, 3. This guy back here. 2 with card flip. 3. And she will skirmish. 0 plus card flip. 0. And she will lead from the hand. Done. Go ahead.
Okay. We are going to attack here for 3 plus card flip. Oh, do I have to do... no, it's fine. Sorry, yeah. So 5.
Armor. 2, 3, 4. Down to 9.
Start from my hand. I will play Presence again. The caster contributes 1 extra control to this turn and predict 2.
Okay.
Him, predict 2. Okay, so that was attack. That was, I will lead off my deck. And then I will skirmish 2 and hit for 0 plus card flip of 3.
2 loss.
And he's done.
Okay. Going to Habarat. He is going to just skirmish for 1 against this guy. 0 plus card flip is negative. He will attack this guy for 4 with 2 cards.
Yep.
It's 5 total.
Okay, no dead.
Okay.
He was exhausted, so he
I draw a power card.
Yep. He will not be coming back in play.
Okay, and then feed from the hand. Let's leave from hand and exhaust. Done. For sure. Skirmish attack. Oh, lead. Yeah, we're done.
Okay.
Perfect.
Let's do this guy. Let's do a worship action. I will mark the guy with the swords there. And then when I do that, I deal 1 plus card flip damage to an enemy minion adjacent to the marked guy. Let's go with this one. 1 plus card flip is 2. 1. Let's do an attack at range 3. Let's attack.
I forgot to draw 2 cards from damaging your tower. Did you
I
remember that
no.
too? Yeah, we messed up. Here, just draw 2 cards. I'll draw 2 cards. Yeah, we
Okay.
forgot the whole drawing 2 cards when you damage a tower at all. Yeah, I was thinking that. I'm like, I'm low on cards here, and I swear I should have more. But yeah, oops. That would have changed things.
Yeah, or the other thing is we just...
Yes, so John, we're still going. This is game number 2 with the more complex rules, so it's definitely going to be longer.
Okay, then let's do, so sorry, I worshipped. Then let's do an attack at range 3. We'll attack at this one here for 3 plus 2 cards. 3. And then I will lead.
Okay. 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 I will just do an attack on this one. 3 plus card flip. Got him. And let's go 1, 2, 2 move, and then we will let's do a oops. We'll do a skirmish first. We'll do 1 move. Skirmish against this guy, 0 plus card flip. Nothing.
Okay.
Then we will move right to here. And that's him. Done.
Okay. Round number 1.
Control token 1.
This girl is there.
Who's there? Okay.
Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, sorry. 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry. 6.
And I only have 1. So you deal 6 damage, and the game's
5.
over.
5.
Oh, 5 damage?
Yeah.
I thought you had 7.
I have 6. You have no. I have 6.
Oh, you have 6. Okay,
which
yeah.
is 5.
Which is more than enough, right? You got it. Boom.
Wow.
So game ends instantly as soon as that Nexus is destroyed. So that is a normal game ending condition. So even though all this stuff was going on over here, it like sometimes it doesn't matter as long as it's distracting, and sometimes it might not be what ends the game. But technically, was that ending this one too?
That would have been 1 more.
Yeah, so like you could possibly achieve multiple victory conditions at the same time, but it would still end, obviously, whoever has more. But it could end in a draw too. So if somehow, I guess not these ones would do that, but there is ways that you could like both satisfy like a winning condition at the same time, then it would be a draw, and or if it ended at the end of the 5th round, no one was the winner. But yeah, good game.
Yeah. Was 1-1 on that one. You won the first one. I won.
Yeah, but those learning games, they don't count.
No, they do count, though.
Those don't count. No,
count.
not what I was doing. But anyways, so the first match, we just did a learning match, Sajat, where we played with like the other side of the cards, where you like don't do the 5th, like you lose access to the faction-specific actions, which are more complex. And instead of playing with the hero card on this side with like abilities that rely on that worship action and the faction abilities and your own abilities, we played with this side, which is like an intro level game that just plays with like basically stats, just to like learn the basic mechanics of the game. In the second game, we played with the full cards, with full abilities, full rules, which is pretty cool. But yeah, we played it a few times, and you're asking, oh, Falco, thank you for game over. Thank you for the support in the super chat. I appreciate the donation. But yeah, I really like this game a lot. There was one mistake. Oh, there it is. There it is. Thank you so much. But there is one mistake I made right off the bat, and I think you made it too, but you were actually saying it out loud, and I was like kind of biting my tongue. When I drafted my 2 factions together, we only ever played with the full rules, and I obviously didn't even think about it. But look how I messed up. So I really nerfed myself, and I kind of knew I was going to lose no matter what, unless yours are the same way. But I have yellow cards and green cards. So what that means is none of my green guys can play yellow cards, and none of my yellow guys can play green cards based on the mix of these core set heroes. I didn't catch that. So in my head, I was going to do cool little plays where I was thinking of the cards I've seen and played with for both these factions. And I was going to do cool plays where I give fast to these green guys, I run them up to my minions, and I play cards that protect those minions. So I know Mel learned when she saw me play the first game, I knew the minions was like a huge strategy. So Mel's now started to learn that to like kill minions is a key. She didn't do that in her first game, and I like steamrolled her huge. Because I realized like they're worth 1 point, same as a hero, but you can kill them like instantly. So it kind of helps you controlling tokens if that's what you're going for. Sometimes you're not always going for that. But I thought of that when I drafted them. In my head, I'm like, okay, protecting minions with pillars or a card play to protect minions. That's great. These guys will be able to fly around. I'm going to try to go after one tower, but then be very flexible with movement. But then once I played the first turn, I had the cards in hand and I looked and went, oh, I can't move that guy to that side, and then I can't protect my minions on the side I want to.
Yeah.
Oh, fail. But I was like, I'm not going to stop the game and like, all right, redraft. I want that faction and this faction. So I nerfed myself huge. So pro tip, when you're drafting heroes, again, these are just the core set heroes. So you can get different ones in expansions. You actually, in the full rules of the game, you bring 6 heroes you've chosen. They could be mixed from the same heroes your opponent brings to the table. You put in their ultimate card for the hero and another 7 cards to build them, an 8-card deck, I believe. And then you start drafting where Mel would be first player. She drafts a specific hero. Based on me knowing that hero and what that hero does and what cards she might have in that deck from that faction, plus that hero's ultimate, I may then draft 2 heroes from my 6 that might counter that, or what I've seen she's even brought to the table. But obviously, you would come to the table with 6 heroes that no matter which of the 4 you drafted and are playing the game with, they're gonna have synergy that you can probably play most of their cards from most of the heroes. But that, I messed that up. And I don't know if yours do the same.
Yeah, mine do the same.
Let's see.
They're not as bad.
Hold on. No, they can't play red.
Yeah, they can't play
and
red.
They can't play blue.
Yeah.
You were nerfed the same way.
Yeah, and the problem was I had the guys on this side. The cards that I wanted to play, they were on this side and couldn't play them.
Yeah, the same.
So I should have split them, so I had 1 and 1.
Yeah. So that was basically a bad demo of the game for like synergy between the 2 factions.
No, but that's how things are going to happen. Where
no, you would just make sure.
I guess as you play, you will become more experienced with.
No, but even so, like if we just noticed that you drafting one faction, I would obviously grab 2 that just meshed, like for card cost wise. Obviously, it still works because if I draft this way, you are nerfed the same way.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
But you got to then place your guys like where you need them to be.
Yeah,
and
it's a
like,
placement thing.
That just you'll learn in time playing the game. This is only our like 4th or 5th game of this, and I'm still learning and seeing synergies come out of just the core set cards. We have not used cards or heroes from the expansion we have, or any of the other expansions that are out there, obviously that we don't have. But yeah, just with what we have, there's a lot of replayability, a lot of little nuance to it. We're still learning it. But yeah, I can see this game getting pretty crazy when you start adding in expansions, deck building. So you can start deck building like I showed before. I want to show this for those who joined late. But on here, so there's these expansions. There's like expansions for each faction. There's card expansions. There's expansion that adds a different board to do a single lane combat. There's other outsiders you can get. So every time you play with different outsiders. But there's deck lists online, deck builders. There's a whole competitive scene to this game. But there's a whole deck builder on their website where you can go and build card decks, get all your heroes, get all their cards for their decks that you're going to bring to the table. And you can go watch tournament videos for this game, get really into the weeds of trying to be competitive. But you can also just play this as a board game on your living room table. Play the crap out of the starter set. But I'm sure it's kind of like demo-ish, where you're going to play that starter set over and over and over, see the same cards, know what the factions can do, know what the heroes can do, can tell what your opponent's up to. But yeah, once you start mixing in expansions, getting extra cards in the options, and then you do a little deck building ahead of time, then you don't know what your opponent could come out of their hand or what they could play when. You know their hero mix, but you don't know it when you're sitting at the table before drafting. You just see what they could possibly have hero-wise. But it could get pretty advanced, which I think is pretty cool. And then, yeah, there's the single lane board. And I also want to show, so let's slide these off. So on the other side, there's a whole, you could play teams. You could play 2 versus 2. You could play, I think you can go up to 4 versus 4, where each person controls a hero. Again, I don't know if that game's really, any game that does that, where it's really a 1 versus 1 game and they kind of like just want to put higher player count on the box, I think it's kind of lame, but I've never played it in the team. It's kind of like Star Wars Rebellion or War of the Ring.
Oh,
They have the team variant. They have the team variant, but you'll never really play like a team variant because it's kind of weird. But it's in there. There's rules for it. So this is on the other side of the game board that comes in the core set. It is the 3-lane board, which we've not played yet.
No.
So it can have up to 5 control points. So there's 2 domes. So I think how it works, if you only own the core set with 1 outsider, if you only own the core set, you can't play this side, which is kind of lame. But you'll have 1 outsider per dome if you have the Outsiders expansion. If you don't...
Is this a dome in the middle?
No.
No.
There's only 2 domes here.
Okay, so it's a lane. Okay, I see.
Yeah, that's a lane.
Okay.
The first dome that gets contested or wins, that spawns a single outsider you own if you just own the core set, and that guy like belongs to that dome. So the other dome like doesn't have an outsider. Kind of lame.
It doesn't get moved. You wouldn't.
No, I would house rule it.
Yeah.
Where I would say we deal with number 4, we drop this guy in, we resolve him, then we resolve dome number 5 here, then we drop this guy in again and resolve him.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the way I would design it. But obviously, I don't work for the company wanting to sell more expansions, so I would design it so it's more core set friendly, so it feels like a complete game. But they threw this on the other side. Obviously, it's kind of like that FFG idea of like, let's not give them enough dice, let's not give them enough cards, let's kind of make them want expansions to get the full experience. So they give you this other side of the board that if you just buy 1 expansion, which we have, thanks again to PvP Geeks for sending this over, we will on a stream in the future, we're going to play the 3-lane version. I just want to try it off camera first.
Oh, it looks like it goes more rounds too.
I don't know the rules to it. I haven't read it all.
Yeah, I haven't even looked at the side.
There's tons of hiding spots all around, like tons.
Wow.
Like all these little mountain spots.
Yeah.
But yeah, once you have an expansion, these come with 4 additional heroes. So now technically we have enough heroes to play this because you need 5 per side, I believe. I could be wrong. Might be 6. I can't remember. But then again, you need enough cards. So this comes with enough cards to build decks for the heroes in here. So we could technically do the draft where we lay out all the heroes. So we would have like, or we come with 6 heroes each. So maybe like 2 red on each side.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other faction, or draft by a faction where red faction can be drafted twice.
Yeah, so if you pick
But I think
red,
it's not fair. Maybe you would do like, we draft red heroes, where we just do a draft with just red heroes, where
I see.
one person takes 1 red, I take 2 red. Let's say you were first. You take 1 red, I take 2 red. You take 1 red. That way someone doesn't have 4 heroes with 4 red cards amount in their deck synergizing. That would be a little of a disadvantage, I think.
Yeah.
Because when the heroes start synergizing with each other's faction abilities, like then the marked abilities would all be nuts, because you'd have more marked heroes. You'd have guys synergizing off that, just as if you had a bunch of green heroes doing pillars.
Yeah.
They would get advantages off those, which I keep forgetting about that ability, by the way. But yeah, so I think that's how we would play it with what we have. But obviously, you could go get an expansion for each faction, then have, I think right now it's like 6 heroes per faction exist.
Wow.
Plus there's expansions on the way. But I want to see what those other expansions are first. Because I'd want to invest in the ones that you get like most for your money playing it like casual board game style. So I need to look at what the 2 new expansions are that are coming out, that are up for pre-order, I saw, to see what's in them, to know. But right now I think what I want to do is get the single lane mat, and then I want to get the Outsiders expansion whenever it's in stock again. Mm-hmm. So that way we can play on this side of the board. Because I don't want to play on this side of the board till we have 2 Outsiders. Like, yeah. I just don't care. And that's why I didn't buy the single lane mat, because you need 2 outsiders. You don't need them, but it's to play it the proper way. So it's kind of lame. So because I can't get the Outsiders expansion, it kind of makes things more lame. So it kind of sucks that exists. I don't know if those new expansions have Outsiders in them. That would be helpful. So then you don't need to chase down an out-of-print expansion. Which we've seen with Fantasy Flight games. That happens all the time, where you're like, oh man, I got this cool game. I want to get equal cards for all the expansions and find all the chapter packs or all the adventure packs or all the data packs or whatever. And half of them are out of print and you can't even get them. And then you like can't even get into the tournament scene because you can't find all the cards. Super lame. So that could have the same problem with this game. If you care about tournament play or you're a completionist. And so Josh says, team game is great in Memoir 44. Yeah, we have Memoir 44. I've never played that team either and never had it.
No,
but I've seen people at conventions where they have those like 18 tables long of playing Memoir 44, and they're all on one side. There's a whole bunch of guys, and on the other side a whole bunch of guys, and they're all playing. That looks awesome. Like that looks awesome. I don't know what 878 Vikings is. Is that the sequel to 877 Vikings? I don't think I played that one either. Or 876 Vikings, I don't think I played either. Or 875.
So 878 sounds like it might be the
Yeah,
next thing.
I think it's the newest one, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Trolling. All right. And Belko says, I played Star Wars Rebellion in team games 4 to 5 times so far, and agree, 1v1 is better. Yeah, they just tack it on for like a marketing thing to put it on the box that you can have more players. This isn't just a 2-player game like so many other games are out there. They can say like you can play with the 4 in your game group, no problem.
But then what are you like? Gonna do this?
I don't.
Like,
yeah, I
it
don't
doesn't
know.
really work. I feel.
Funny enough, 878 is part of a series which has a game about Canada. No way, really?
Oh, no way.
That's awesome, of all places.
That's
well,
funny.
it's one of the best places. Just kidding. All right. But yeah, so that's that.
That's fun.
Yeah, it is fun. Definitely fun.
Mm-hmm.
I want to try this side of the board. I want to try the single lane mat. If we can ever find that Outsiders expansion. I like the collector kind of like LCG, competitive LCG playing Rob wants to like have everything for this game.
So you can pull it out and have whatever option
I
you want.
want to deck build a little bit to build decks and kind of like draft, but the only problem with the draft, I'll never have enough players that will learn the game enough to know the cards to draft correctly. So what I would do, kind of like how I did with like Game of Thrones, the card game, where like, or even Lord of the Rings, the living card game, I would like pre-build decks for newer players that knew how to play the game but didn't keep up on the meta.
Yeah.
I would pre-build decks for them, and then when they show up, I just kind of hand them a deck. So what I would do, I would always only ever draft by faction. So what I would do if I got more expansions, I would build like kind of contained decks or just follow the starter decks that are recommended if there are ones for the set. I don't know if they do recommended starter decks for the expansions. For each hero, you know? I don't know if they have ones like in the starter set. But maybe there's ones online that people have made. But what I would do is kind of like pre-build some decks for each hero. Or each faction, and kind of put them in a separate baggie and be like, this is this faction. So if you draft this faction, this is what you have to play with. Or like I said, if we have more than, maybe I'd do it 2 heroes are together.
Yeah.
And they're in a pack with their cards, and then 2 heroes in a pack with their cards, and that kind of thing. So they're just like packs that you draft.
Pick which one you want.
Because I don't want to sit there deck building at the table and trying to explain like, this hero has this in his deck. Do you want to draft this guy or that? No, I just want to be like, this faction does this. Draft them. And here's your heroes you get, or you can pick this team of guys, and here's what they do.
Yeah.
So I would do some of that pre-work to make it more like tabletop gamer friendly, or casual board gamer friendly, I guess you would say.
The other option is you don't even have to deck build at all and just keep the pre-built decks. And like you said, if the fans have made decks for all these characters, and then you just have each character's specific deck.
Yeah, like maybe there is some good built decks, and I know there were like that in the like Game of Thrones building decks and stuff, where people are like, if you only own this, here's 4 balanced decks you can build to play with, or whatever. So maybe there is 4 balanced decks, but that would get boring too. Like, I want to make it so there's still choice and variability, so it can change up.
Okay.
But I don't want to keep up with a meta or anything. I just kind of want to get an even amount of content, and then pre-build some balanced decks, and then people just draft those decks, basically. That's where I'd want to get at. So you could still have the mix of different factions pairing with different factions. Or maybe heroes pairing with different heroes. Maybe I would let it go that far. But yeah, since there's like COVID, I can't go to tournaments in person.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd ever go that route. I don't really want to play on Tabletop Simulator. But again, this exists free to play online. You can totally play this game free if you want to try it out or play competitively. You never need to buy anything, which is kind of neat. But the tabletop version, of course, playing in person is way better than playing online.
Yeah.
For tabletop games, I find. Yeah. I don't know. That's Skytear. Any questions? Any questions? But yeah, that's Skytear by PvP Geeks. Again, I linked down a video in the description to head on over to their YouTube page. If you want to see how to play this game, if you're watching this live, just tune in late and we're like, what the heck is this? There's a how to play, and then you can go back and watch, and it'll make more sense of what's going on. Try to explain it as we played through it to get an idea of what this game is. But it is a competitive MOBA / Magic the Gathering influenced kind of competitive one-on-one game at its heart. And if you want to go that deep, you can go get expansions, deck build, drafting is involved, lots of variability with your win conditions. your possible outsiders you have spawning in domes. Yeah, it can get pretty nuts.
It's very strategic for the game.
Yes,
right?
I like the way the rules set. It's one of those games. It's not the games where you can say like so easy to learn, hard to master, but it is like decently easy to learn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and the rules are pretty streamlined. Just if you go to the FAQ page, you might get scared away from playing the game because the FAQ looks like mind-blowingly huge, which is scary. But that's kind of like how any LCG is. Except for LCG's FAQs don't get that huge until like thousands of cards are in the pool and they're out for years. This game only came out this year and already the FAQ is kind of huge. So again, but I think it's their first design, so that kind of makes sense. They probably don't have an entire card game department like Fantasy Flight Games does. And some of Fantasy Flight Games' earlier games probably were just as crazy with the FAQs and that kind of weird rulings and stuff, but that comes with any tournament game. But if you're playing casual, the rules are tight. The rule book's not the best, but everything's pretty much there. But they have a living rule book which fills in the gaps, and there's an FAQ and errata. But yeah, not hard to learn, not hard to figure out, but like strategically understanding the combos, the card play, the strategy, the tactics, this game gets pretty deep with that, which is very neat. It says when we are at rules. Oh, talking about rule books and hard to learn rules. This game is not that, but yes, Robinson Crusoe is that. And that will come to the channel soon, or not soon, but eventually. I can't say soon because I know so many other things got to play in the near future. But yes, I do need to play it on the channel. I do need to play that period. I need to learn that game. But every time I look at the rule book, both rule books, or online, or player aids, or anything, I'm just like, man, do I want to spend the time to get into that game? And everyone tells me yes, 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 yes. Because I felt the same way about Mage Knight, and I avoided and avoided and avoided because the rules, and the rule books are horrible. But eventually I said, screw it. I'm getting that game and I'm going to learn it, no matter how long it takes. I need to do the same with Robinson Crusoe, because everyone keeps saying it's an amazing solo game. And I think we would love playing it co-op too. So. Yeah. And it's really hard, which I have no issue playing hard games that kick my butt. I had no issue doing that. So I'm looking forward to that. But anyways, thank you all for your support. Thanks everyone watching live. That's it for our Skytear play today. We will bring it back to the channel at some point. And quicker if this gets more views and or likes. So hit that like button. Super important if you want to see more Skytear on the channel. Also share the video if you know anybody that might be interested in a game like this. And or games we play on the channel. Share the video in wherever, forums, subreddits, whatever. If you can share this video somewhere, or tell someone about it, that'll help more people see it and put it in front of their eyes. But this is a game not many people know about. It's rated pretty good on Board Game Geek. An 8.6 right now is its rating, and it's less than a 3 complexity. But it's deep, it's rich, and if you ever wanted to play a competitive card game and a tabletop miniatures competitive dudes on a map game, both together, that's what this is. That's what's really cool. No, Sajah, I didn't mention Mortal Kombat. No, I didn't. So, but now that thanks for reminding me about Mortal Kombat, I'll go play some Mortal Kombat after the stream. Thanks a lot, Sajah, for the reminder. Great call. Anyways, thanks everyone for the support. Thanks to our patrons for supporting us. Velco, again, thank you so much for the donation and super chat. We appreciate the support. Definitely goes into getting more games on the channel, more equipment, improving the channel, that kind of stuff. We are back this weekend, 10K celebration. We've reached 10,000 subscribers on the channel. Thank you so much for the support. To celebrate this weekend, 2 12-hour streams back to back. So that is, we're in the year 2020 if you're watching this, November 14th and 15th, 9 a.m. Eastern to 9 p.m. Eastern, both days. We have streams scheduled right now. You can go set reminders. Come and hang out with us. We're going to play some casual Too Many Bones. We're going to try out some different modes. We have players coming over that have only played Too Many Bones a few times. So we're going to try some different player counts, some different gear lock mixes, try out some tyrants. We're going to do a build a tyrant. If we can learn it in time, we're going to try the Nobulus Apprenticeship Program mode. But we're just going to play Too Many Bones all day for 2 days. Come in, join in at some point, stop by, hang out with us, and chat with us, and help us make decisions and choices on cards and dice to pick and skills, and throw in some knowledge, or just have fun with us, chat, watch, and yeah, woohoo, 10K. But thank you everyone for helping us reach there. And we'll be back on the weekend. We might have streams before that though. So stay tuned. Stay tuned to the channel. Check the upcoming live stream tab thing on the main YouTube page, youtube.com/Rob's Gaming Table. But again, hit the like button, share the video, And if you have any questions, drop them down in the comments below. And thanks a lot for watching. We'll see you guys in the next stream.
Bye.
Bye-bye.